Hello! I'm Mythical9. I'm back with more Danganronpa 2. I'm sorry I'm late. I wanted to... It's been 3 days since I played this game last, and it's looking like a pretty major case, and I knew I wasn't gonna remember the details of what happened before a murder. So I wanted to replay and just kind of refresh my memory. And even going through super fast with the B button a lot of the time, it still took me like a whole hour to get through it all. So waking up at 1 and then wanting to eat food and do other things did not give me enough time. But the good news is I've got like notes even for this recap. Although now the notes are going to be distracting because these are only focused on things I need to know for the investigation. Because so Gundam died. He did a murder and then we caught him. So he got executed. But he did it because everyone was like, well, I guess we'll just starve to death, right? And he said he thought that wasn't the way. He says never give up on life, and this is something that Sonya in particular latches onto pretty strong. There's a lot of Sonya in these notes because she does a lot of suspicious things. So she's got some explaining to do. And I think she's going to be involved in what happens here in some capacity. I think probably it's too obvious for her to be the killer, but whatever, we can go over it. Sonya mentions that in her country, everyone is able to operate heavy military equipment when you get to the 5th island, and there is a military base there for some reason. There's also a factory where they make mono beasts and robots. So maybe someone is a robot. There's also some food stalls. And then there's the factory where it ends up being important later on. But Monokuma was using it to make plushies and merch and stuff. Nagito comes up with his crazy plan to force the traitor to reveal themselves. And Monomu says the traitor shouldn't be able to reveal their identity on their own, which supports this idea of like the traitor forgot that they're the traitor. But this is also an idea floated by the game itself. And it's usually pretty good about only telling you things that are not true. Not always, but usually. So Nagito says, I've planted some bombs, and the traitor has to come forward, and then only then will I stop them. And then for some reason he gives us a hint as to where they are, which leads us to the castle, where the password to the ruins is inscribed on a thing in the floor, but it's scratched out. So it's almost like he wanted us to see that. He knows how to get in or something. And that's also where the murder weapon is. A spear with a weird, almost like something a gladiator would use or something. It's got like a chain and a weight on the other end of it. And Sonya says, using a whip as a weapon is quite difficult. You might capture yourself instead of your intended target. So whoever used it maybe has some kind of experience with weapons, kind of like Sonya does. So you can't get in. Oh yeah, there's also a whole side investigation where Sonya wants to try to get into the ruins and can't. She demands that Hajime not participate in the stupid plan to try to tie Nagito up, to come with her and investigate. So she's pretty intent on getting in there. So the bombs are not in the castle or anywhere. So everyone gives up and goes to bed. And the next morning, the bombs are set to go off. Nagito's still alive, is there at the restaurant. Akane tries to strangle him a little bit. And then basically he's like, I think he says I'm gonna wait here. And everyone agrees to go search individual islands for the bombs. And then I wrote down who searches where, which I think is gonna be important. We go to the 4th island, where the adventure theme park island. Monami's house is open, so we talk to her. Someone stole her treasure box. She's not using the monitors, so she has to use her ears to track us. Monokuma jumps in and interrupts our conversation when I'm about to tell her about the bombs, which seems to me like, at that point, someone is killing Nagito. And Monokuma wants to stall for time. He doesn't want Monami to be like, oh yeah, the factory, right? Like, so that's kind of interesting. Sonya's supposed to be exploring the central island, but we find her at the military base, digging around in the back of a truck to confirm something. We tell her the bombs are at the factory, and she seems a little bit surprised. And then tells Hajime to go on ahead and stays behind. We go to the factory. A truck is hardwired to launch the bombs after it runs out of gas. And there's like a handbook thing you can scan to stop it. Chiaki scans hers and it doesn't stop it, perhaps confirming she's not the traitor. Though I don't know, how does this hand scanner work? Why is it... What about it? What about your handbook is like, oh yeah, that's a traitorous handbook, right? The bomb, which is actually just fireworks, goes off. But right before it does, Sonya goes, it's okay, it's not a bomb. After suddenly bursting onto the scene, which is weird. Doesn't get a chance to explain herself because another video starts up with Nagito saying, alright, I know who the traitor is though. I discovered who it was by monitoring everyone's activity, but they never came forward. So come find me in the warehouse and I'll tell everyone. And you go to the warehouse door is blocked by something. Akane kicks it down and a fire starts. Sonya apparently looked in the break room and saw fire extinguishing equipment. And you go in there and she says there used to be other fire extinguishing stuff. But for some reason that's gone and the only stuff there are these grenades. So you take these fire grenades, which are things that put out fires, not start them. And you throw them and it doesn't do anything. The fire burns until sprinklers activate. And then the smoke that happens afterwards is hazardous. So Monokuma makes us wait outside for a little bit until the smoke clears. And then we go in and find Nagito's body. So Nagito's in pretty rough shape. Sure looks like he was tortured. Oh man, this music. And then what? There's a Monokuma plushie that got stabbed. Monokuma's dead. So we got Nico, we got Anise. Hello. He's dead, Jim, said Monokuma. And Ice Goten. Is this one of the life-size plushies that were being produced? If you're mistaking a plushie for me, then there's something wrong with you. You're a stuffed animal too. Don't put oversized garbage there, it's so misleading. What are you calling oversized garbage? Could this be one of Monokuma's tricks? Then why'd he do it? Making a hole like it got stabbed and going to the trouble of dirtying the hole with blood. Did he try to imitate Nagito's body or something?
What are you saying?
I had nothing to do with that. Why did Hajime think that he had...
You're so evil.
He's probably lying. Seriously, you're always lying. You should just die like that plushie over there. You seem more pissed than usual these days, Monami, but you better watch what you say. If I feel like it, I can wipe you out easily, you know. I won't give in to your threats. I'll fight you until the very end. Take back the seat of world supremacy? Huh. Those annoyances are gone. If it wasn't Monokuma's trick, then who did this? Could the killer have done this? Is this Nagito's blood? I have no idea how this connects to the incident. I'd love to see the back of it to know if something pierced all the way through. I guess I just don't get to know that. Bunch of plastic bottles, remnants of plastics. Okay, so these bottles actually did break then. The fire grenades. They weren't actually that useful in the end. Fire was only extinguished thanks to the sprinklers. Well, nevertheless, the evidence really isn't all that strange. What's this blue stuff? An oil lighter, where the curtains would have been hanging, and also looks like the fire did extensive damage here. If the oil lighter was placed here...
Just kidding.
Someone probably wanted to keep warm. It's the most foolish thought. This is clearly the cause of the fire. Oil lighters can continue to burn even after someone lets go of them.
Which means...
The curtain was set on fire using the oil lighter. Do you think the killer set up some sort of trick with it?
You are right.
It could have just been like sitting on a stool in front of the door or something. The killer probably planned to destroy evidence by setting this warehouse on fire. It's the only reason I can think of why a killer would set fire to their crime scene, but... Hey, Mokapong. Exuno. I'm glad you're enjoying the VODs. I'm glad I took the time to highlight all of them, because there's been a couple people who have been watching. And that makes me happy. I'm not freaking out about it like Kazuichi, but I definitely can't stop thinking about it. When the Monokuma timer reaches 0 days from now, what's gonna happen? What's gonna happen?
Obviously wrong.
This rotten school trip is gonna end, right? We can finally go back home? Carefree till the end. Does that mean you don't think that'll happen?
Yeah.
Monokuma might be planning to make us do something after the countdown ends.
Hey.
What do you mean, something?
Shut up! Shut up!
He's making us kill each other, you know? What could be worse than that?
Damn it.
I don't know. But this is Monokuma we're talking about, you know? There's no way this will end smoothly with a countdown. Anyway, like you said before, if we screw up here, it's the end for us. For now, let's focus on the investigation. We'll think about the countdown after we live through the class trial. Yeah, I know. And don't bring up strange stuff like that. She looks like she's deep in thought while staring at the ceiling. What happened? Something strange about the ceiling? About the sprinkler. It's one of the sprinkler heads that activated to put out the fire. You can see a girder right next to it, right there. Can you see that red streak? Oh. Looks like a small red line on the ceiling girder. Sharp eyes, Chiaki. Color definitely looks like blood. There's no way blood could get up there, right? Plus, it's in a straight line. That's why I've been staring at it. I think it's strange. It's definitely strange. I should remember this. Huh. Maybe the bloody whip was like wrapped around it or something at some point? I doubt it's like just cast off from the weapon. One of us killed Nagito in such a cruel way. It's too bizarre. I can't do anything except laugh. It mattered for Gundam's killing and for Mikan's, but it looks like it's different this time. It doesn't matter this time. What doesn't matter? The time. Looks like the time doesn't matter. It was clearly written in the Monokuma file. The time of death was noon sharp. Which is like when the fireworks went off. Maybe he was tied up and tortured And then the spear was just like left above him. And then for some reason when these fireworks go off, it triggers the spear to fall somehow. If it was at noon, what were we doing at that time? What were we doing? Well, right now it's 12:30. It has a clock. Then that means Nagito died 30 minutes ago. It happened that recently? He's totally a fresh kill. Fresh seems like a bad way to describe it. If it happened 30 minutes ago, was it around the time we were struggling with the bombs? Those fake bombs were originally supposed to explode at noon. Which means whoever doesn't have an alibi for that time is Nagito's killer, which is just Sonia. This could be like when Nekomaru died. The killer could have used some kind of automatic setup. Also, the crime looks very detailed, so they would have needed time to prepare. And whoever doesn't have an alibi before we found the bombs is suspicious. That's everyone, because we are all on different islands looking for stuff. I did know, what interesting, Fuyuhiko was exploring this island. Now, he is the one who comes and says, like, hey, I found the bombs, so that checks out. But apparently he never found, like, a body in the warehouse, or him tied up being tortured, or never ran into Sonia, I guess, who is in the military base for some reason. Oh, Off is playing The Looker. Yeah, I saw someone posted that in the mystery Discord. I'm definitely down to take a look at The Looker. Which is it's a joke. It's a Witness knockoff. Whoever doesn't, yeah. None of us have an alibi. That's when we all split up to search for the bombs. Gong. Did I actually talk to her? I don't remember.
So just as I thought.
If only everyone could go home, nothing would make me happier. No, we should finish the class trial, then we can think about what will happen after. I think I'm... Oh, the body. I never actually checked the body. One of the Steam reviews said, if you hated The Witness, you'll love The Looker. Huh. What if I loved The Looker, though? I do know that it seemed like it was making fun of the pretentiousness of The Witness, which is definitely something that I wasn't super into when I was playing it. I never expected Nagito to die like this. Bit of a mood shift. He was always spouting nonsense about hope and trying to confuse the hell out of us. But even so, dying like this is just too cruel. Also, he wasn't completely useless. There were times when we were only able to reach the truth because of him. But everything good and bad about him is gone. We'll never be confused by him again. We'll never be saved by him again. No, now isn't the time to think about unnecessary things. I need to focus on the investigation right now. I need to investigate everything about this body that catches my eye. Jesus, what about it doesn't catch my eye? Except for the fact that he's very clearly like a 2D stencil man on the floor. Like someone did a chalk drawing of this on the floor, and it looks like this when I look at it from this perspective, but if I were to move anywhere else, it would look all distorted. Both of Nagito's legs are tied up. Each rope is tied to the pillars nearby. He wouldn't have been able to move at all. According to the Monokuma file, the wounds on his legs are all stab wounds. Does that mean the killer didn't just tie up Nagito, they also stabbed his legs? Why would the killer do something like that? At any rate, it's pretty sadistic. The killer must have been holding a huge grudge toward him. Or they might have been torturing him. Torture? I mean, if they just wanted to kill him, they could have just stabbed him once in the chest, right? If you disregard the spear in his chest, the other wounds were inflicted for reasons other than killing. Which means the wounds all over Nagito's body were from the killer torturing him. If that's the case, what was the killer trying to make Nagito confess? Was it something that would have led to the traitor?
Even so.
Maybe the password into the old school? Maybe that's something the traitor wants to know, but doesn't? Even if it was torture. Maybe Nagito knows that the traitor wants the password, and that's why he had us go to the castle to see it on the floor, so that he knows that the killer knows that he knows the password, and then all of it is his plan to get himself killed by the traitor. Which is, you know, his weird fucking hope. The ultimate hopes clashing. Even if this was torture, there's no doubt that the killer must have held a deep grudge. Refusing to let him die easily. I can totally understand a dark impulse like that. Oh, okay. But even if they held a grudge against him, would they really have gone this far? How many different points are there? Wow. The knife and the rope are different, huh? The knife is stabbed through Nagito's right hand. Did the killer do this? How could they do something so cruel? This knife, it must be from the military base. Oh. Is that why you were there? It does look like a survival knife.
Well?
It seems the wounds on his legs and left arm were caused by that same knife. Which means, after the killer was finished stabbing Nagito's legs and left arm, they stabbed the knife through his right hand,
Cannot be.
and then they finished him off with the spear.
How cruel.
And does that mean the killer went to the trouble of using two weapons, a knife and a spear? But they could have just killed him by stabbing him with the knife. Why did they need to use the spear at all?
You are right.
That is definitely strange. Is there a reason they had to use it? Why does the weight at the end of the spear have all that blood on it? So I think the rope is like a separate one? Yeah, his right wrist is also tied, but that one has been cut. Looks like the tip of that rope burned off. Could this be a result of the fire? Oh, okay. But that's weird. If the rope is burned off like this, why are Nagito's clothes completely unaffected by the fire when he was so close to the blaze? This whole area seems unaffected by both the fire and the sprinklers, right? Other wrist. Cut on his upper left arm. Oh yeah. Legs and right hand have stab wounds, but this wound looks like a slice. That's probably the reason that the wound on his left arm doesn't look that deep compared to the others. But regardless, it doesn't change the fact that it's a hideous wound and there's blood everywhere.
Super difficult.
There's something strange. Strange what? Look at the palm of his left hand. I think that blood is from when his left arm was sliced, but doesn't this blood splatter look strange? It cuts off right in the middle of his palm. So he had his hand in a fist, maybe clenched around something? Definitely cuts off. Maybe that's as far as the blood could reach when it splattered. That would explain the blood on his palm, but... When you flip it over and look at the back of his hand, here there's also blood, but only above the middle joints of each finger. What the heck? It almost seems like he had something wrapped around his hand.
See?
Strange, right? I win. You win. It's definitely strange. What did the killer do to make this blood spatter like this? It's on the backs of his fingertips, but not the front of his fingertips. It's not on the back or front of his palms, but it is on the bottom underneath. Like, what? If he had his hand in a fist, that would sort of explain why blood didn't get inside. But then the back, there would need to be something wrapped around the back of his hand as well to make that pattern. Got the duct tape on his mouth. Must have been in great pain. He clearly had this agonized look on his face when he died. His mouth is covered with duct tape. Is this to keep Nagito from screaming for help?
This is bad.
What a horrible look on his face. The blood splattered all over doesn't help either. It's a good thing his mouth is covered with duct tape, otherwise I wouldn't be able to look at him. Got a minute? Sorry, excuse me. Chiaki moved past Kazuichi and me and squatted down next to Nagito's face. And in one swift movement, she ripped the duct tape off his mouth. What are you doing?
It's gonna be fine.
It'll be fine. I'll put it back right away once I'm done investigating here. Putting the tape back isn't the issue, you ungrateful swine. You're gonna get cursed. The blood on Nagito's face. It looks like it mostly came from the slice on his left arm. Did he stab the knife through his own right hand? If he brought his left arm over, that would have it be in front of his face and across his body and everything.
Man.
It's no use, she's not listening. What about the blood splattered on his face? There's no blood under the duct tape. Okay. What's wrong with that?
Well,
His duct tape has crinkles, like it was sticking toward the inside of his mouth, right? Nagito was probably desperately moving his mouth under the duct tape. What's wrong with that? She means Nagito's mouth was covered with duct tape before he got those wounds all over his body. So he tried to shout, which caused the duct tape to get sucked into his mouth a bit. But what's wrong with that? Is that something we really need to worry about? I don't really get it, but just put the duct tape back on his mouth already.
Yep.
Yeah, you're right. And then, a spear with a flashy ornament on it is impaled deeply into Nagito's stomach. There's no way around it. It looks like the fatal wound. Such a strange-looking spear, isn't it? A cord extends from the tip of the handle and there's an iron weight attached to it? Oh, I see. You use the cord as a whip to capture the enemy and deliver the final blow with the spear. Is this your first time looking at this too? Of course not. This is the Spear of Gungnir, right? You definitely just came up with that right now. I wanted to ask you, where did that spear come from? I feel like I saw it at Nezumi Castle. Nezumi Castle? I was designed to be afraid of mice, so I can't go in there. Damn you mice. Damn you all to hell! Even he doesn't know what's inside the castle. More importantly, I need to focus on the investigation. The spear definitely catches my eye, but the weight on the end of the cord coming out of the handle, it looks like that part has blood on it too. For some reason, this section of the cord doesn't have blood on it. It's about the size of a human fist. Okay. Someone was holding that part. Chiaki mentioned this earlier, but apparently the spear came from Nezumi Castle. Might be better to confirm that later. Guess I'm done with the area surrounding Nagito's body. Jeez, I can't believe I actually investigated such a grisly-looking body. Even I'm surprised at myself. Does this mean I'm used to it? My classmate's dead body is right in front of me. One of my peers is the killer responsible. And I have to investigate his death so I can find this killer. Am I used to something as abnormal as that? That would mean I'm becoming abnormal too. Well, I guess that's enough investigating the area behind the curtain. The killer's goal wasn't just killing Nagito. There should have been another reason as well. If not, they wouldn't have gone to the trouble of tying him with rope and covering his mouth with duct tape. Not just that, there's no reason to inflict any wounds other than a fatal one. So, what was the reason? Looks like I better investigate other areas to figure that out. MP3 player. Why is this here?
Maybe.
Looks like that weird music was playing from there. You know that music that was blaring when the fire started? Yeah, you're right. Looks like it's busted from getting drenched by the sprinklers. No mistaking it, the music was playing from that MP3 player. I mean, yeah, probably. I don't disagree with that, but why was the killer playing music? It's a good question. This side is completely soaked because of the sprinkler. Even if there was an important clue here, we might not be able to notice it. But it's better than the warehouse burning to the ground. Good thing we were able to put out the fire.
Hey,
There was a lot of smoke. It's a good thing we didn't go inside when we were throwing the grenades.
you're right.
I agree. If we did, we would have been caught by the sprinklers and become all wet and soggy. Miss Sonia, all wet, drenched, and soggy. You were thinking that, weren't you?
Of course not.
I wasn't thinking that at all.
What?
Why are you responding, Kazuichi? I was asking Hajime. Screwing with me? Screwing, how lewd.
Hey, hey, hey.
Please don't look at me with such fearful eyes. I only imagined it for a second. You should probably just keep your mouth shut. And then I talked to him again immediately. Even though I did say I was gonna friggin' kill him, there's no way I would've actually done it. I was just upset, you know? When you think about the countdown after we lived through the class trial. Oh, these are like all the same things for the most part. Looks like Sonia's focused on investigating the warehouse. Which reminds me, there's something I needed to ask her about. Now that we've pretty much finished investigating Nagito's body, I think it's time to talk to her. Hey Sonia, do you have a minute? Yes, what is it? I want to talk to you about when the fake bomb Nagito said in the warehouse exploded. Right before it exploded, you said something like this, right? It is all right, it is not a bomb. Why did you know the bombs were a fake? That's not all either. When we were looking for the bombs, why were you at the military base? I thought you were supposed to be searching the central island. Plus, when I called for you, you didn't come to the factory right away. Where were you, and what were you doing during that
Oh
time?
my! It cannot be.
Do you suspect me? It is a misunderstanding. I am not the killer. Jesus, shit, you son of a bitch. Oh, she's so distressed. Look at her face. Oh no. Sonia?
I am sorry.
I'm terribly so. I was panicking. I shall calm down and explain to you why I was at the military base. When I first explored the final island, I discovered a vast amount of bombs there. Oh. Huh.
Well,
At first, I was worried that someone might use them for nefarious reasons if I announced it to everyone, so I kept silent the whole time. Does that mean when you heard Nagito planted bombs, you got suspicious and went to investigate?
that is.
And as I suspected, the bombs had disappeared. I thoroughly searched for them inside the military base, but the bombs were nowhere to be found. And because you were searching for them, you were late when we all gathered.
Please listen.
And because of that, I reached a conclusion. The bombs Nagito brought were from the military base, which means they were fake bombs. How did you find out that the bombs at the military base were fake? Because I attempted to use one of them. What?
I see.
I thought one of the bombs would be strong enough to blast open the door to the ancient ruin. I see. She really wants in these ruins. At the time, I still believed the bombs were real, and I thought that I could use one of them to gain entrance to the ancient ruin.
However,
That plan...
was an utter failure. The bomb was not real. It was merely a fireworks display. God damn it, all to hell!
I see. So that's why you're the only one who knew the bombs at the military base were fake.
I did. As did Mommy as well. She was also secretly peeking at the bomb.
Okay, so this is why Monokuma has to stop me from talking to her about the bombs.
Which means...
If those bombs are the same ones that disappeared, it would mean Nagito took them. That is why I knew it was a fake. However, I did think it was strange when Nagito blew up the hotel lobby. Yeah, he did do that. That bomb was real, and I could not stop thinking about it. But upon further reflection, that might have been Nagito's plan all along. He showed us a real bomb to make us believe that the bombs he set were real as well. So, then Nagito's actions were extremely calculated. But the problem is his reason for doing it. With this, I have explained everything. Everything? Let's see. The weird spear and her ability to operate military equipment may be still relevant. She didn't explain how she knew there were fire extinguishing things in the break room. She just kind of said she took a peek in here at some point, and it's like, when?
Do you have a minute?
There should be no more reason for you to doubt me. You're right, I got it. It mattered for Gundam's killing from Khan's, but... oh. Didn't we already do all this? No one has an alibi. You got the merchandise. A lot of tipped over Monokuma panels. Oh! It was a domino rally from the door over to the lighter. That's why there was a little bit of a delay. The panel near the curtain in the back is tipped over and burned. Did the fire do that? But why are they scattered like this? The last time I came here, I seem to recall they should have been neatly put away. Oh, I wanted to look at that photo and see if the curtain, what it looked like. Oh well. Maybe we're the ones who made this mess? Yeah, I think so. The tipped over panel by the entrance is really close to the door, right? So maybe the reason these panels are tipped over is... yeah. It'll be fine. It was locked. Something blocking the door? Mighty kick. Could it be, was that it? There's something else I've been wondering.
Hey.
These Monokuma panels are chipped over from starting the entrance to the back of the warehouse, right? They seem to be lying on top of each other in a straight line. Yet compared to the other tipped over panels, that line is the only one that's neat and orderly.
So...
Isn't this clearly strange? We can speculate this was done intentionally. Pretty much finished looking for clues inside the warehouse. I was able to find some clues, but there are still so many things I don't understand yet. You look worried. Yeah, I am.
Well?
At a time like this, it might be good if you broaden your investigation range. Good to investigate other places as well. She might be right. There are several things I've been wondering about besides the crime scene. The military base that Sonia mentioned, the plushie factory next door, Nezumi Castle, where the spear originally came from, and Nagito's room too. I would also include Monomi's house, since that got broken into at some point. And her, like, treasure box or whatever was stolen. I'm gonna understand the reason for his actions. I need to know more about him. I'm pretty sure the others have already finished investigating.
You hear me?
Hey, you guys! Isn't it about time we leave this place and try exploring other areas too? In response to Chiaki, the others gathered around her. I was just thinking about proceeding to another area. It seems we had the same idea. But is it safe? There won't be anyone to guard the crime scene.
Yep.
We don't have a choice. There just aren't enough of us. Besides, we've investigated all we can here. I guess you're right.
See?
Also, it looks like the clues we found aren't enough to piece this incident together. So we need to search for them in other areas, probably. Well, alternatively, if there aren't any clues in other areas either, we'd have to give up completely. You don't really need to say that.
Hey!
And it's okay if we leave this place? It's okay. There's no time for us to stand around. In order to survive, there's no other way except to do it. We need to find Nagito's killer. I need to drink this water. If we don't sacrifice that person, nobody can survive. That's our reality. That's why there's no time for us to stand around. Ba-doom, 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 ba-doom. This whole thing is pretty weird. Apparently the bombs that were stuffed onto this truck were actually fireworks. Which reminds me, this truck looks like it came from the military base. Nagito must have brought it from there. Other than that, there's nothing in particular that catches my eye. Really? Enormous machine, but it's stopped for now. Looks like there's nothing related to the incident here. Oh, hey. That reminds me, when we saw Nagito's video message on this laptop... Is he still watching us from somewhere? How did he know to time his message so perfectly? This video was set to play after the explosion by a wireless signal from the detonator. Why did he have to use a video message? That's one thing I don't get. At the time, Nagito should have already been killed, which means that video was recorded in advance. That's right, besides that video, there might be data on this laptop that could be used as a clue. With that thought in mind, I tried messing around with the laptop, but it's no use. It's locked. There's no way I can examine this. But if it's locked, then maybe there really is something inside. Maybe I'm overthinking this. Life-size Monokuma plushies are crammed inside this an enormous basket. It looks like that there aren't any clues here.
My,
I've never seen so many Monokumas in my life. Well, Monokuma isn't exactly someone you would normally run into. However, while I was staring at all these Monokumas, a thought occurred to me. We get to see Kazuichi get blown into the sky again. The bomb that went off at the lobby might have been set up here.
do you have a minute?
If you hide the bomb inside a Monokuma plushie, it would make a frightening weapon. Do you not think the group that is forcing us to kill each other would devise something like that?
Amazing!
A plushie bomb is an act of terrorism. Let us rip these apart right away so we can confirm it. Hold on. If there was a bomb inside these, wouldn't it explode if we carelessly messed with it?
Easy as pie.
Either way, it's all gravy. All gravy? What the hell does that mean? Stop! There's no bomb.
Hey,
You'll know if you just pick me up, see? All you'll feel is the soft weight of cotton.
I see.
You're right.
However,
It's all gravy, baby. Where did Nagito obtain the bomb he used?
Who knows?
If I'm gonna give you guys a hint, then you should know it wasn't from the military base. To tell you the truth, the bombs there are all fakes.
please wait.
I know that already. You should have said so earlier.
No.
Well, I thought if I kept quiet, it would foreshadow the killing that was gonna happen. That's why I'm just now telling you for the first time. Phew, I'm relieved. But if the bomb wasn't from the military base or this factory, then he brought it from the Octagon.
Well,
I must say, you have a good eye there, Sonia. Putting a bomb inside one of my plushies seems like a splendid idea. Let's try it!
That is.
Did I say something I should not have said? It's not your fault. Don't worry about it. What exactly is this? He knew all along the bombs were fake. Why does this matter? Maybe this is why... I'm really not sure. Alright, as usual, we check the monitor. Nothing. Check the camera. Nothing. Break room, though. The fire grenades. Nothing on the floor that looks like a clue. Not even trash. And I think I already talked to her, right?
That is.
We're done here. One of these days there's gonna be a coin on the monitor. Wait, what were all the options there? There should be 3 options, right? Factory, warehouse, and go outside, but I think I saw 4. Oh, one was probably just cancel. Yeah, okay. How's this thing looking? 816. Hey, Tifa. We investigated the warehouse and the factory. Boom, 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 boom. I tried looking through the truck bed. It's empty. Nothing here. When I first came here, there was something on the truck bed, which means Sonya was telling the truth.
However,
The bombs had disappeared. I thoroughly searched for them inside the military base. They were nowhere to be found. But did Nagito know the bombs weren't real? It's possible that he thought they were the real thing. No, never mind. He said as much in his video message. Were you surprised? Do you really think there's enough bombs to blow up an entire island? He knew the bombs were fake. He only did what he did to weed out the traitor. Is that really it? Did Nagito only do that to expose the traitor? Maybe there was a different motive behind his actions. Huge supply of guns and other firearms. Are these fake? Found it. What'd you find? Well, the truck bed over there has guns in it, but I also found stuff like a survival knife. The same type of knife that was stabbed through Nagito's right hand. Which means the killer obtained that knife here. So the killer is someone who visited this military base at least once. Sonya was here, Akane was here, I assume Fuyuhiko could have searched it while he was on the 5th island. I was here. That's everyone though. Not me. This is the first time I've been here. That sounds fishy. The bombs are fake. This might be fake too. It's very clearly cardboard. I'm not brave enough to fact check myself. The monitor, ba 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 ba, the camera, ba 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 ba. The helicopter. It's that dreadful helicopter, the one that executed Teru Teru. Doesn't have anything to do with the incident. Did I actually talk to him? I don't think so, right? This dangerous place is the reason all this messed up stuff is happening. Leaving guns out in the open is totally dangerous. Seriously, they gotta take better care of these. It's easy to say that, but maybe everyone, like the world is actually cardboard. Like Paper Mario. That's just how it all is. It's easy to say that, but there's no one on this island who can do that. Who can do what? Take better care of these guns, I guess. Okay. Alright, all we learned basically is that the fireworks came from here, which we could have probably safely assumed anyway, and that the knife came from here. Oops, that was... I did the super fast run. Dangan paper. Paper Rampa. I don't think I need to be here. The origami killer. Whoops, that's the wrong button. Going back inside. I kind of want to look at that lobby that you passed through on the camera fly through at the start. Yeah, I'll just leg it out, I guess. Yeah, I'd like to play Origami King. The castle is on the third island. And while I'm there, I can stop by Monami's house too. That's not it. Why am I so bad on the buttons today? It's not the third, it's the fourth island. Woof! What's wrong with me? I'm falling apart. Too distracted by this fucking music. The door's closed on it now, huh? Oh, no, it's open. Maybe that was actually relevant. Monami was watching us on these monitors that show the footage from the island surveillance cameras. That is, until Monokuma showed up. Now he's apparently taken over that position. That seems strange. Whoever's watching the camera footage is supposedly controlling Monami and Monokuma. If that's the case, the monitor should be where they're hiding, instead of in a place like this. This is a mystery too, but I should focus on investigating the incident first. What, there's like a sign back here? What does that say? Something for something? I'm gonna say visiting for snacks.
Yo.
Look at that wall of spears. Guess it's obvious where the weapon came from. Losing Gundam does lose a big part of the crew's charisma. A spear with a flashy ornament on it is hanging from the wall. This spear is definitely it, right?
I see.
Just as I thought. It looks something like the spear that killed Nagito. That same whip-like cord is attached to the handle, there's a weight at the end of it.
Also,
Looks like one of the spears on the wall is missing. No mistaking it. The killer took one of the spears and used it as a weapon. Spear of Gungnir, huh? Monokuma would totally come up with a lame name like that. Why did the killer use the spear and a knife? They could have just killed him with the knife and it would have been easier too. There's no way a spear like this with this unnecessary cord thing on it would be easy to use. Definitely looks hard to wield. Still, they chose this spear for a reason. What could that reason be? I feel a little tired. No matter how much I investigate, I don't feel any closer to the truth. That's probably why I feel this way. I'm feeling this strange feeling that I've never felt before. As if Nagito is trying to make us suffer, even after he's died. Well, now's not the time to think about stupid things like that. I haven't even investigated his cottage yet. It's too early to start complaining. If we investigate that place, we might be able to find some kind of clue. Interesting. I wonder if the text is different if you go to Nagito's place instead of here or something. Just do another character in Gundam's voice. It was fun to do that voice, but also it was like kind of a genuine challenge to do that voice. And I know Some people really don't like it when the streamer is like trying to do voices for characters. That's why I've been trying to keep mine pretty modest. I just kind of pitch up or pitch down a little bit for the most part. But with Gundam, I was like, I'm just gonna fucking go for it because it just I just wanted to. And to some extent Nekomaru too. But also those two voices are like a lot more in my wheelhouse, I guess. I can have my voice get down pretty close and down here a little bit. Not as far as it needs to go to truly be Gundam. Where am I going? The cottages. 800 steps to hatch this Monami. So many steps. It was like 830, right? Where are we now? It's gonna be like 600 or something, right? I think I've been doing great, thanks. But for every person who's like, yeah, these voices are pretty good, I bet there was someone who was like, I'm not gonna watch this playthrough. But I bet also if I wasn't reading anything at all, there would be people who wouldn't be able to follow along because they're at work and they're listening to me on the second monitor or something, and they can't be reading the text themselves. They need to listen to me read it, right? So, like, I don't know. I had to just make a decision, and I ended up going with this one. You do stupid voices and then your throat gets scratchy. Where is Nagito's cottage? Oh, this is a good button. Also, she's standing right here with Monokuma.
Hajime. What's this?
Oh my, you want to go inside Nagito's room
What are you
too?
gonna do?
I was just listening to Chiaki's request. She wants me to unlock the door to Nagito's cottage because she really needs it for the class trial. She begged me to do while she was licking my black eye. I think they missed a word there somewhere. Licking my black eye. That just... I don't even know what he's trying to say, but it definitely comes across like a metaphor for eating ass. I didn't do that.
Tough crowd.
Then do it. It's sweet because it's made out of black bean paste. I don't want to know what your black eye is made out of or how it tastes. Just unlock the damn door. Guess I have no choice. Just gotta do that, right? I forgot he had his little...
Bye-bye.
Vavaloose. I've opened the door. You can freely investigate. This isn't my first time seeing that, but why does that door open with a spell like that?
Perhaps.
Maybe the cottage key is computerized? More importantly, let's go inside now that the door is open. Yeah, you're right. He stole Monami's treasure box. What was he thinking inside this room? I do love the idea of it's like, what thing do you think we should investigate? Does anything look out of place? What do you guys think? It's like an episode of a children's show or something, like Blue's Clues. Should I investigate the TV? No! How about the monitor up here? No! What was he feeling as he spent his days in here? I can't even imagine. Wanting to see absolute hope, becoming despair so he could act as a stepping stone for the rest of us? No matter how much I think about it, I just don't understand him at all. Same. I don't even know if he truly believed that. He was especially weird these past few days. What changed him? Maybe the clue to that might be hidden here as well. The fridge. Have you guys seen the clip of the streamer who he's got a fax machine hooked up in his room, and his viewers are faxing him images, and then he's just showing them on stream, and they're just having fun that way. I think his name's like Wayne Radio TV or something. And then he will, if there's one he likes or something, I don't know exactly, but he had this fridge also in the room, and he would put their drawings up on the fridge. And someone, like, eventually, people have been talking about the fridge all stream, right? Because they're like, why is there a fridge here? It's so weird. And then so someone's finally like, they fax him a message that's like, show us what's in the fridge. And it's like a guy pointing a gun at him or something. And he's like, fine, you want to see? You want to see? And he goes back and he turns the fridge and it's cardboard. It was a fake fridge in the background. Chat starts losing their mind. There's a couple people who were like, I knew it! Oh my god, I spoiled it, but like, you should still go look at the YouTube. There's one that's set to music. Wayne Radio TV. So when I type Wayne Radio TV, the first result is not fridge. There's like all kinds of other stuff. So I think this guy's genuinely popular. But for some reason, the only thing I know about him is this fridge. I guess, so I've been watching a lot of VTubers on YouTube, and they're so worried about doing things that they don't have permissions for, so that their cover corporation will get mad at them, so they can't do anything like watch someone's YouTube video. But like, I could probably just watch a YouTube video if I wanted on my Twitch stream over here, but whatever, I'll just link it. There is a refrigerator. It's real, I guess, despite looking very much like cardboard in this game. My cottage doesn't even have a refrigerator. I wonder where he got it from. Nagito probably supplied it himself. Why would he go to the trouble of putting a refrigerator in his room? Does he really enjoy cold drinks? As I talked with Chiaki, I opened the refrigerator out of curiosity. Okay, what if he just put that label on it, and it's like a really good whiskey or something that he doesn't want anyone to drink? He wouldn't keep that in the fridge, though. I don't know what it is. Some cola. Really isn't much inside. Only thing inside the refrigerator was a brown bottle. For someone who likes cold drinks, it doesn't look like he's stocked very much. That bottle clearly isn't a drink, right? Monokuma Special Protein Powder, yeah. It looks like some kind of dietary supplement to me. Protein powder, maybe? What? I took the brown bottle out of the fridge and started reading the label. Exclusively made for poisoning someone to death? This is really funny that, like, we, the viewer, see immediately that it's poison, and then the text takes, like, 8 text boxes to get there. That it's like, oh, the sudden music change now after...
Could it be?
Looks like it's poison. Looks like there's a warning label on the back. Let's examine it in a little more detail. Be careful with that bottle. Don't drop it. Stop it. If you worry like that, I'm gonna get nervous. I grabbed the bottle with my trembling hand and began reading the warning label on the back of the bottle. Poison made specifically for killing someone. It's Monokuma Special Poison. This enchanted liquid is highly potent and takes effect immediately. Please handle with care. Okay, so this is not like someone was poisoned and then 30 minutes later they died. Though its volatility is low, this liquid is very dangerous when vaporized. In a gaseous state, it is heavier than air. It breaks down in minutes, and it is susceptible to hydrolysis, which is a word I've heard before, but do not remember what it means. I got a feeling the game's gonna tell me. I think this poison was not used to kill someone. I think this is some kind of chemical reaction. Like the fire in the warehouse starts, and then this does something. And the Rube Goldberg machine continues, and like the spear falls or something, you know? When I was working at a pharmacy tech, I was able to get really large narcotics bottles that were empty to store things in. I watched an anime recently where it's like a office, just like an office comedy thing. And in the first episode, there's this weird character who shows up and reaches into her bra and pulls out a thing of vodka and starts chugging it. And he's like, what the hell? And then it turns out she's just got water in there. Is it possible for you to poison someone to death without any complications? Keep this liquid secure by storing it in a cool place in a glass or plastic container away from sunlight. Sure does look like a chemical made solely for poisoning someone to death. They keep hammering on this point, only for poisoning people to death. Not poisoning a little bit, not for anything other than poisoning people to death. Where did Nagito get something like this? That question could apply to the bomb he used at the hotel, too. This octagon room is just a magic catch-all. For how many things did he get while he was... The killer went in there and got a wire and a hammer and maybe something else that I'm not remembering. And then Nagito went in and he got a bomb and a thing of poison and a book that explains everything. Yeah, he got the bomb from there. There should be a reason Nagito was able to obtain such dangerous items. The octagon inside the funhouse. Yeah, he loaded up while he was in there, man. He had that big jacket. He could put some stuff in there. This poison, he must have brought it with him from there too, right? Probably hiding them somewhere on his body during the last class trial. Hiding a bomb and poison during the trial? How dangerous. What would he have done if he accidentally tripped and broke the bottle? Just thinking about it scares me.
Hey.
Also, he already blew up the bomb he took with him at the lobby. But what about this poison?
See?
I worked at a place that sold flasks in a company swag store. Engineers bought them and drank water from them during meetings when management would talk. This bottle is less than half empty. Was it like this from the beginning? Or did Nagito use it? If so, this is her talk. If so, where did he use it? I wonder, is there still a trap somewhere that hasn't been sprung yet? I need to reread the stuff it said earlier about hydrolysis. I don't think I'm going to be able to. Its volatility is low, very dangerous when vaporized. In a gaseous state, which is what happens when it's vaporized, it's heavier than air, so it falls to the ground, it falls down. Breaks down in minutes. Breaks down into what? And then it is susceptible to hydrolysis. I'm just gonna look up what hydrolysis means. And you can't stop me. I've been doing a puzzle hunt, which is a series of very cryptic puzzles, and they're all connected with like a big meta puzzle, and you're supposed to solve them with a big team of puzzle solvers. Though we have a small team of puzzle solvers, so it's very hard for us. But there's a lot of just looking stuff up on the internet. Like hydrolysis. Chemical decomposition in which a compound is split into compounds by reacting with water. Like the sprinklers that go off. Lysis is splitting. Water splitting. Nice. I stopped taking biology as soon as I was able to. Why does this matter, though? Well, I guess it depends what chemicals it breaks down into, right?
Perhaps.
Maybe he was making some kind of trap using this poison before he died. If that actually exists, it'd be real bad. It could potentially kill everyone on this island. Everyone on the island. What the hell? Nagito, are you still trying to make us suffer? Are you still trying to make us suffer even after you've died? That's spooky. Wow, there are a surprising number of things to check in this. Oh, look! A lot of books arranged here. Did Nagito bring these from the library? In addition to books, there's a bunch of random crap stuffed onto the shelf. It might take a lot of time for us to thoroughly go through that stuff.
Hey.
Let's just leave it for later. Played some adventure game where you're actually supposed to look things up on the internet to figure out the puzzles, but then all the search results just turn to what's the answer to the puzzle from the game? Yeah.
No.
Oh, this is... Despite being here on this first island, it's like a 5th chapter Monokuma because he's got the getup on. It's the bed that comes with the cottages. Looks just like the one in my room, but
Hey,
maybe there's something hidden under the bed. Yeah, like porn. Maybe we should check just in case. What would Nagito be into? I feel like it'd be something just totally, absolutely wild. Like it'd just be like a bunch of car magazines or something, and you'd be like, what? Something here. A plastic bag from the supermarket with something inside. Oh. A gas mask and rubber gloves. So he definitely had some kind of poison thing in mind. These look like the real deal. Did he get these from the military base? He was hiding these under his bed. What did Nagito use this stuff for? Oh yeah, maybe he already used it.
Hajime.
Is there anything else under the bed? I peeked under the bed once again, started looking around the area where I found the bag, and there's a small piece of paper on the floor. Made of blue aluminum. Like, this just seems like some trash from a bottle of Snapple or something, like, you know? So much of those seals that go over unopened mayonnaise. I get what you're saying, but does that mean this is just a piece of trash?
Wait.
Who knows? Might be too soon to decide that. Maybe this was over the poison? Indicating that he is definitely open to the poison? They seem to call attention to the fact that it's blue, too. Nagito finds a way to come back from the dead. That'd be pretty dramatic, considering the situation his body is in. One of the monitors Monokuma uses to... Everywhere we go, we're being constantly monitored. There's the window still, for some reason. Basically, it's just like my cottage. Nothing about this window that really catches my eye. Yeah, okay, we're finally onto the gigantic glowing pink box. Fake Nagito in the octagon. A fancy looking treasure box covered in sparkling pink lights is totally standing out. Could this be...
Perhaps.
that treasure box? Chiaki, you know about this?
Yep.
It's really cute. She was just reacting. This looks like Monomi's stolen treasure box. If this is here, that means the thief Monomi was talking about was Nagito. But why would Nagito steal this? In order to find out, it might be good to see what's inside. Is it gonna be okay? It looks a little dangerous. It might be, but this could be some kind of clue, you know. If this wasn't important, Nagito wouldn't have stolen it from Monomi in the first place. I turned back toward the treasure box and cautiously opened the lid. Inside, there was a notebook. Grade class number name. This is it? Why is a notebook inside the treasure box? I took the notebook out and began leafing through it. It contained sloppy drawings as if they were drawn by children and entries that looked like chicken scratch. Byakuya became the leader. Everyone's tired of all the things that happened. So cool. Bad guy. I was able to talk to everyone for the first time today. Monokuma showed up and things turned bad. Byakuya's the leader. Oh, right, it goes right to left, right? Okay. A lot of things happened today. Looks like it. Did Monomi write these? Probably. These pictures are entries, and pictures and entries totally suit her. I kept flipping through the pages. Day 3, 4, 5, page after page of poorly written entries continued on in the notebook. I don't really understand, but it looks like there aren't any clues here. And right when I was about to give up, my hand suddenly stopped at an entry titled Day 16. I sure don't remember what day that was. Oh. It's like chapter 4 or something? Yeah. We've been in the funhouse for 3 days. Everyone's hungry and on edge. Hajime tried to go in the final dead room today. He's probably panicking because no one believes him. No one believes him. Huh?
Hey.
Hajime, did something happen? Oh, it's nothing.
Stop it!
Don't look at my notebook! Was Monumi in the funhouse? Yeah, she was. She was trapped in the final dead room at some point. From out of nowhere, Monumi suddenly appeared and took the notebook out of my
I
hand.
won't forgive you.
I did ask you to look for my treasure box, but I never said you were allowed to peek inside. Geez, that was close. If I had come any later, he would have seen the inside of my notebook. Unfortunately, you were a little too late. But if this notebook is here, then Nagito was the thief? Betrayal! I was betrayed by my beloved student. I love just shouting betrayal whenever someone has betrayed you, I guess, but
Hey.
betrayal. The notebook. It's pretty much her diary, right? Seems that way. That's right. This is my important diary where all my maiden secrets are written. You're a liar. You always show up out of nowhere. Monami, it's not good to lie, you know. There's no way you wrote in that notebook. Monami can't even write. I couldn't write letters easily. I know them all. A, double V. I can finally write the letter B.
That's wrong.
No, you can't, because you have no fingers on your hands. Bullseye. I know, because I'm the same way too. You mad? You angry that I exposed a weakling like you?
Hey.
So that's what this is about. You're seriously trying to crush me.
What are you saying?
There's no way a big brother would ever crush his little sister. It looks like the time to settle things between us is getting closer every second. Hey, I don't know why you're getting so serious, but is what Monokuma said true? He said you didn't write in that notebook. Is that true? If so, who wrote in it? You know, it's, how should I put it?
Bye-bye.
Excuse me. Hold on. Damn it, she totally ran away again. Same pattern as usual. Looks like it's a waste of time to try to get answers from her. I guess whoever's controlling Monami? There's so many X factors here. Monokuma is waiting for someone, either the 16th or the 17th student or something, who's maybe the surviving student from the first game, and then there's maybe one or two people controlling Monokuma and Monami, potentially from two separate factions, one of which ended the world and the other is called World Eater, despite not ending the world. I don't know. I can't keep it all straight. I'm just gonna smile and nod, I think, when the game starts revealing what's going on with that stuff. But still, I really wanted to ask her about that notebook. Well, actually, it might be better that I didn't ask her. And then the box itself. Time for investigating is winding down. The bookshelf might take some time to investigate, so we should try examining some other areas first. I feel like I examined everything but the bookshelf. A lot of books. The genres and the types of items are also random. I can't make any sense of them whatsoever.
Well,
They say a shelf is a mirror that reflects a person's heart. I don't have a shelf. Does that mean I don't have a heart? No, I do. It's in my closet. It's up there. I got games, blankets, and light bulbs. I definitely don't know much about Nagito just by looking at this. So what should we do? It'd be really difficult to look through all these piles. That doesn't mean we should ignore it, though.
yep.
Your heart is trapped out of sight and memory. Ooh. Soft and bright. Ooh. Leave it to you, then. It's better if a boy goes through another boy's things. You know, might be private stuff there. Well, that might be true, but... So I'll leave this shelf to you. I think I just got persuaded to do this without realizing it. I sighed and walked toward the shelf. One by one, I started removing the various books and items and examining each one. But even as I examined them carefully, there were still a bunch of random books and items. There's no way there are any clues here. Huh? Well, that file wasn't the only one I received from Monokuma. This is another one. The seal. Indeed, it's the school badge of Hope's Peak Academy. Does that have information on our stolen memories? Unfortunately, I couldn't find any clues about that. This file doesn't contain our information, just Hajime's information. Nagito said this only contained information about me, but is that really true? If I look at this, it should be obvious, right? And he said I was from the reserve department and had no talent whatsoever. That might be another one of his lies, too. Yeah, you wish, Hajime, but I'm not so sure. I opened the file I held in my hand to confirm that. Instantly, I realized something was strange. If this really only has my information, then why is this file so thick? As soon as I opened it, it was clear to me. Just as I thought, Nagito had lied to me. Aside from my information, there was also information about the others. Kazuichi, Fuyuhiko, Akane, Sonia, and everyone who died. He never mentioned Chiaki. Pages of information about them, too. All 16 of us. Only my information, my ass. I can't believe you'd make up such a strange lie. So that means the rest of it might be a lie, too? I turned to the page containing my information and began reading through the content. The profile contained basic information, such as my date of birth, my height and weight, and so forth, but there was one thing that specifically caught my eye. The words, reserve course student. There was no denying it. It confirmed that I truly was a reserve course student from the reserve department. Why is this the only thing that isn't a lie? Why am I the only one here who's from the reserve department? Why am I here with all the other ultimates?
Hey.
Hajime, did something happen? Well, I just found a strange file. Isn't that the special prize Nagito received when he cleared the final dead room? As I recall, your student profile should be in here. It's not just my profile. The profiles of everyone on this island are in here too. Nagito was lying.
Huh?
When you say everyone, do you mean everyone? Yeah, it's just basic information, but there should be profiles for all 16 of us. Can I take a look at that file? Chiaki leaned against me and peered into the file.
You're right.
My profile is
really in here.
She seems surprised.
But unfortunately, there doesn't seem to be any details.
Details?
Details about our missing memories. Information about the time we spent at Hope's Peak Academy. If it's not written in there, these profiles might have been written before we entered the academy.
I thought what was written here was what triggered Nagito to start acting like an asshole to everyone. And I thought it was going to be something like, these ultimate students are not so ultimate or something, right? They're not the bright shining hope of Hope's Peak Academy. Which is the only reason he looks up to them, because hope is all he cares about. But if the profiles are just absolutely what we would expect, then I'm not sure.
And it's impossible to obtain new clues from them.
Yeah, seems like it.
Hold on.
Huh?
What happened? I just noticed it right now, but...
The file. His name isn't in there, right?
He's the traitor?
There's supposed to be 16 names worth of profiles, but his name is the only one missing.
Why did they
right?
go out of their way to say, yeah, all 16 of us are in here. All 16 of us, wait! All 16 of us aren't in here.
What are you talking about?
Byakuya.
I'm talking about Byakuya Togami. Look carefully. No matter where I look, I don't see his name anywhere.
No way!
So what if a name isn't written in that file? Perhaps, based on that, you think he might be the traitor? No, it's not just because his name isn't written in here. It's not the only reason I think he's suspicious. Participated in the killing school life at Hope's Peak Academy, right? Silk Song was delayed again. What is Silk Song? Is it like Hollow Knight? It's related to Hollow Knight, right? Is it just like a sequel or what? I keep hearing people talk about it, but somehow I missed the actual announcements of what it is. Also, I never played Hollow Knight. It's just straight up the sequel? Got it. Hollow Knight's on a list of games that I want to play and stream. No matter what, it's definitely suspicious. I think there's like... There is DLC for Hollow Knight, Maybe even like a different version, like a definitive version or something. I have the very first release of the game. Pains me to say this, but what you're saying about the missing name and about the killing school life.
Too bad.
Free content upgrades. Okay, so I can still get all that stuff, I guess. Totally wrong. That's a completely different reason. Different reason. How should I put this? You guys have been getting all worked up about that Byakuya for no reason. Which means the great mystery that you think surrounds that Byakuya doesn't exist. You're basing it on one person's cheap speculation. He's implying there's more than one Byakuya? You don't have to ask me that. You'd know the answer just by looking through those profiles, right? My eyes turned back to the file. One by one, I started flipping through the pages and confirming the names. The ultimate imposter. Wow. A page that was filled with question marks. Every section was filled with okay, so it wasn't actually Byakuya Togami. It was the imposter was impersonating Byakuya? Huh. You got all the achievements, and then they added DLC, which had new achievements, and then you didn't want to go back and get it. Yeah. That's been a thing ever since the Xbox Live days. Question marks, question marks, question marks. On that page, I was only able to confirm one thing. Yeah, the ultimate ability. The ultimate imposter. That's Byakuya's true identity. Yeah, this is pretty good. I got there like 5 seconds before the game told me straight up. He was a fake that was pretending to be the ultimate affluent progeny Byakuya Togami. Wow. And then got killed right away.
Hey,
The fact that his profile is filled with question marks isn't a mistake or an oversight. Surprisingly enough, that's the correct information regarding him. The ultimate imposter has no name, no permanent address, and even his age and gender is unknown. Basically, he doesn't exist. Every year, a new achievement for playing the game again. He doesn't exist. It's like the opposite of the Stanley Parable achievement, where you have to not play the game for like 10 years or whatever. Because he doesn't exist, he's able to exist as anybody. That's his talent! Though I'm not jealous of that at all. That person wasn't really Byakuya Togami.
Perhaps.
Is that why he was so much fatter compared to when he was involved in the killing school life?
so cool.
His physique doesn't affect his ability to fool others at all. Real imposters are skilled like that. He was lying to us the whole
But
time.
still.
He couldn't help it. What couldn't he help?
Oh.
Because that was his talent. Well, having talent means you're also bound to that talent. The moment you obtain talent, your way of life has already been chosen for you. You can't do anything else except rely on that talent. Regardless of whether you want that life or not. What are you getting so sad for all of a sudden? In that sense, compared to the other ultimates, your life might be a bit more liberating. What the hell?
Anyway,
I'm not happy that you guys fell for a scam that I had nothing to do with.
right.
So I'll tell you straight up, this revelation about Byakuya is exactly the truth. What was he trying to say to me that time? Cannot talk to the others about my past. I suspect that my skeptical nature is partly to blame. Distrusting others, and being distrusted in turn. For a long time, my life has been a living hell. Based on the context, if I had to guess,
No.
maybe he was just complaining that he was cursed to wander the earth as nothing more than a fraud? If you guys had your school memories, you never would have been betrayed in the first place. I mean, it'd be different if you were meeting him for the first time. But since you guys went to Hope Speak Academy, you should have already known about the ultimate imposter already. So in the end, it all leads back to memory loss. The Future Foundation sure is awful. There's no way you should ignore Monumi or the traitor. Who is it? Who's the traitor? Just from looking at these 16 profiles, I still wouldn't know who's from the Future Foundation. Is there really someone like that?
Of course.
Well, obviously you wouldn't know. I made that file so you guys couldn't find out.
Could it be?
It's just as I thought. You're the one who did it.
Hey,
The fact that there are 16 profiles in there is what's wrong. I mean, the traitor is a spy sent by the Future Foundation, not a student from Hope's Peak Academy. You made a fake profile for the traitor and included it in here?
Correct.
It wouldn't be fun if you figured out who the traitor was so easily, right?
Hey,
Then we can't use this file to figure out who the traitor is. That was true for Nagito too, right? Well, probably. He said he was able to figure out the traitor based just looking at everyone's movements. It's dripping with despair, isn't it? You wasted your precious time on something that isn't a clue.
Sure about this?
Was that a wise decision? Time's up, you know. Time's up. Wait. Excuse me for a moment. Oh man, here we go. I really don't feel ready for this. The poison. I don't know enough at all about the poison. The water from the sprinkler activates the poison and it does something, I don't know. Maybe makes the spear come down? None of us get poisoned by the poison because Monokuma makes us all leave the warehouse after the fire, after the sprinklers. I feel like the spear is dangling from the ceiling and then it drops onto him. I haven't even ruled out suicide somehow. Despite all of the crazy wounds on his body, I could totally see him being capable of doing them all to himself.
What is most important for living things? Well, personally, I think time is. I mean, your bank account may go up and down, but time will inevitably run out, right? That's why we gotta cherish time. There is nothing more wasteful than wasting time. So, time's up.
It's weird that he had a whole speech ready
We
here.
will begin the last class trial. So please gather at Monokuma Rock.
He says the last class trial. I wonder about this.
I'll see you soon.
The last game had like a special bonus surprise chapter. He said that, right? Last class trial?
Yep.
I heard it too. I mean, there's 2 days before this countdown goes, and then who knows? He really did say it was the last class trial. What do you think? Should we believe him? Monokuma seemed anxious about the Monokuma timer earlier, right? 2 more days? And he said something about the killing school trip ending, right? Based on the time limit, this might definitely be the last one.
But still,
But I can't imagine that it's the real end. Huh? I think Monokuma's real plan might be just beyond that. His real plan. Is Monokuma still planning to make us do something? What could it be? Maybe after putting us through all this, he's planning to kill the remaining survivors all at once?
well,
But still, it's also not a good idea to think about it too much, I think. I think we should focus on the class trial that's waiting for us first. You're right. The class trial for Nagito's murder. We're pretty screwed. I haven't collected my thoughts because we were so focused on this file. I still can't see who killed Nagito.
but still,
You don't have to worry so much.
right?
I mean, we're not fighting this alone, you know. You're right. You're absolutely right. We're not alone. He said, not out loud, but just in his own head while she stares at him. Even if it's a mystery that can't be solved alone, as long as everyone cooperates and works together. If we do that, things will turn out fine. Wait, hold on. What does this look like from her perspective? You don't have to worry so much. We're not fighting alone, you know? Yeah, if we do that, things will turn out fine. And she's like, do what? I'm gonna be like 500 steps short.
Damn right.
Looks like everyone's here. Is this it? Shouldn't there be more people?
Damn it.
Stop it, you're making me depressed. So, it is going to happen again. This cruel conflict where we must doubt our friends. But once we're through with this, we can go back, right? That Monokuma bastard said so, didn't he? He said this is the last class trial.
Damn it.
We've been tricked every step of the way. There's no way I can believe that so easily.
Of course not.
Why can't you believe it? The guy who's making us do all this is the one saying it, you know?
You know, right?
That's why I'll definitely survive. If we can really go home after we deal with the class trial, I'll definitely find out who the killer is no matter what. Even if I have to pull out all the stops. What the fuck? Why are you here? You haven't realized it yet? That feeling of wanting to leave this island. Thinking like that is Monokuma's trap, you know?
Huh?
What are you saying?
Got it?
There's no way Monokuma will end things here. He's planning something far worse. Stop trying to jinx us.
I'll pick you up.
Stupid rabbit should just shut up. Everyone, you mustn't run away from despair. Huh. Yeah, Monomi's acting weird lately. I finally realized, after losing my powers, I've realized that cursing your powerlessness or your fate accomplishes nothing. The possibility may be small. But as long as there's a possibility, you must face it. In order to become someone who can be proud of yourself. So I will fight!
Huh?
What's her deal? Do not really know, but she seems different from before. Maybe she read a self-help book.
Wait.
But her eyes. She looked so determined.
You...
What can you tell just by looking at those button eyes? Anyway, make sure you turn off Minimaru. It'd be annoying if he started talking during the trial. Oh, fine.
Still.
Somehow I understand what Monomi is saying, I think. Anyway, let's get going. To the last class trial.
Yep.
You're right. We need to fight as much as we can, no matter what hopeless truth awaits us in the end. This is the end. I kept saying those words to myself over and over within my mind. I entered Monokuma Rock.
Yeah.
So few of us. This elevator ride. This will be the last time for this, too, right? I hope so.
Well,
Let's worry about things after we're finished.
you are right.
More importantly, we must focus on the class trial before us.
Damn it.
The killer managed to kill someone like Nagito. There's no way this is gonna go smoothly. I mean, I still can't believe one of us was able to do that. Nagito was problematic in many ways, but he was also a valuable asset during the trials. Yeah, you're right. In fact, during the Funhouse ordeal, we were completely dependent on him. But even if he's gone, the ones who've survived need to stand and fight. We must fight. And then the door slowly opened. This bright light greeting us. Is that the light of hope? Or the light of despair? Whoa.
Well now.
Now that chatterbox Nagito is gone, there are only 6 of you left.
Shut the hell up!
Just fucking start already.
Hey!
This is it, right? This is really the last class trial, right?
Yep.
Sure is. So you gotta show some enthusiasm and make sure you give it your all.
All right!
Didn't I tell you? He said it. This is the end.
Now then.
Let's get this trial started.
Killing!
Viva killing. Let's show some enthusiasm and kill each other. This is the 5th class trial. According to Monokuma, this is also the last class trial. That curtain is about to rise. Nagito Komaeda, the ultimate lucky student. When I first met him, I thought he was a nice guy. He came across as very sociable. But his true nature held such a demented thought process that was nothing like his outward appearance. He said he believed in hope more than anything else. He said he was yearning for a powerful hope that can overcome any despair. He said he would even help despair just to prove that hope will never lose to despair. And he said he'd become a stepping stone for hope. His way of thinking was completely screwed up. There were also times he saved us, too. Someone like him was killed. That was the end of him. And I have no idea at all who did it, but there's no way we can end this without knowing. We will be consumed by despair. God, almost everyone on this panel's dead, huh? That's why we absolutely have to find out. The person who finished off Nagito. The killer who murdered Nagito. In order to return from this despair alive, we need to reach the truth. And if Monokuma says this is really the last class trial, that's all the more reason we need to do this. And so, this life-threatening trial billowing with hope and despair, the last one, has begun. All right. Quick break, water refill, couple minutes. I'll review the evidence, and then we'll get the last class trial started. Stay tuned. Alrighty. Skills, I don't think... We got 2 fragments. Oh, cheat code. Time limit doesn't decrease, even if you shoot a statement with a silencer. So I should just always, like, just hammer the hell out of the button, right? All right, let's go over the evidence. Body was discovered in the warehouse. Noon sharp. The fireworks went off early, right? Everyone was like, it's running out of gas! And they're like, but it's not noon yet! And then psh, it went off. So after the fireworks is when he died. Not only is there a spear stabbed in his stomach, multiple stab wounds on each of his thighs. The cause of death is not listed here. It says there's a spear stabbed through his stomach, multiple stab wounds on each of his thighs, laceration on his left arm, knife impaled through his right arm, but it doesn't say what killed him, so he could have died by poison, actually. Both of Nagito's legs were tied with rope, tied to nearby pillars. His thighs were also covered with stab wounds. Yeah, this song is really good. It's so tense, but it's not... It doesn't go anywhere. Like, it's just building to the trial that starts, right? Like, the building sense of dread it creates. The rope that was tied to Nagito's right arm burned off. However, his right sleeve looked clean. We haven't really addressed the sprinklers not affecting the scene at all. Like, I'm gonna guess, like, everything in front of the curtain was all fire, and everything behind was fine. No sprinklers, no fire. Why are they calling attention to the sleeve? Like, is it not possible that the fire, like, the rope is on his hand, and then it goes off onto a pillar near the curtain, and the curtain burns, and then that burns the rope, and then the rope, after it burns, falls to the ground like this, like a... Something like that. Just seems really straightforward. I don't know why. Is the thought that the fire should burn all along the rope and keep going and then cover the whole body? But it doesn't? I don't really know how fire and ropes naturally interact, you know? How flammable is a rope? Depends what it's made out of, I guess. Survival knife stabbed through his right hand. Came from the military base. Safe to assume the wounds on his legs and left arm were caused by the knife. The really weird blood stains on his hand. Spattered on the palm of his left hand. They keep saying palm, but it's not. Like, it's like the bottom... I feel like the palm is the inside. The very center, and the whole thing in there. Whereas this is just like the absolute very bottom edge of his palm. Has blood on it. Also, the back of his left hand has an unnatural blood stain that's only above the middle joints of his fingers. I wish you could click and see the image of the back of his hand. His mouth was covered with duct tape. The blood that splattered onto his face wasn't under the duct tape. The tape itself had a lot of crinkles in it, as if he was desperately moving his mouth underneath. So a lot of these blood wounds happened after the duct tape was on there, and presumably while he was still alive. Oh, what did the poison say? Do you have to ingest the poison? If he had the duct tape on... He couldn't have been poisoned. Well, if it has to go in his mouth anyway. Because I think it said the poison kills instantly. I think there's a lot about this poison I don't fully know and understand. Spear impaled through Nagito's stomach, cord with an iron weight on the back. For some reason, only the section where the cord and weight touch is bloody. Well, that's not quite true. Because there's like the blood continues along the cord for quite a while, except for a band where it doesn't. That the game seems to imply is if someone was holding, that would explain why there was no blood on it. Maybe that could explain why Nagito... the bloodstain pattern on his hand. If he was holding the cord. And then the cord was wrapped around his hand? I don't think it's thick enough to explain that, but I don't know. This is a total mystery. Near the fire's origin point, it has a huge bloody hole in its stomach as if it was stabbed. I wish I could see the back of this thing to know if the spear went clean through it, right? Someone tried to use it as a shield or to muffle the sound or something. Faint red line on the ceiling girder inside the goods warehouse. I feel like this was the cord wrapped around the girder. The cord to the spear. A lot of tipped over Monokuma panels. Domino rally to set up the fire, which was this thing. It was lit and ready to be knocked over. Music was blaring. This might have been to cover any sounds happening. I feel like the fire is going to be loud enough to cover anything, but whatever. She tried to use one of the bombs from the military base, found they were fake. Monami knew they were fake too. He also knew they were fake, never told anyone. Someone updated this weird book. Nagito was up to some poison shit. Yeah, here we go with this. Enchanted liquid, highly potent, takes effect immediately. Volatility is low. God, the whole description is here, huh? Very dangerous when vaporized. In a gaseous state, it's heavier than air, so it slowly falls to the ground. Breaks down in minutes. And splits apart when it gets wet. Possible for you to poison someone to death without any complications. Keep it secure by storing in a cool place in a glass or plastic container away from sunlight. All 16 students. Monokuma forged the traitor's profile. I got nothing where I'm like super confident about something that the game is gonna ask. I know that this is like a series of domino rallies or whatever that starts the fire. That's kinda it. Everything else is like guesses. Scary. Scary stuff. Let's do it.
Now then, let's begin with a simple explanation of the class trial. During the class trial, you will present your arguments for who the killer is and vote for who done it. If you vote correctly, then only the blackened will receive punishment. But if you pick the wrong person...
Like Gundam's X is like a fancy... All the killers get some kind of personalized X on their portrait. Yeah, well, for some reason, like a domino is a domino, but then when you set them all up to knock them all over, that's a domino rally to me. I don't know why.
I'll punish
just
everyone
fun to say it, I think.
besides the blackened, and that person will earn the right to leave this island. Oh my, Monami? My cute little sister? You're awfully quiet. What's happened to you? You've ascended the ladder of adulthood and reached the moon? Because you're a
Yeah, she
rabbit?
is. She's just standing there.
Chesto!
Chesto? Oh, she didn't go flying.
One more time! Jeez! How about this one? This will be my final blow! It's useless.
Please stop! I feel bad for Monomi.
You're right. Now's not the time for me to horse around with Monami. The class trial has started, after all. The victim this time
That was
is
weird.
Nagito, who was attempting to reveal the traitor for everyone's sake.
She stood up to him, but she didn't say or do anything at all. It's almost like she's not even there, or you know, like. Huh.
Who in the world killed him? I'm so curious.
If he was killed for trying to reveal the traitor, that traitor is obviously the killer. They were trying to shut Nagito up.
No, that might not be it.
Huh? Are you trying to protect the traitor? They didn't call out when we were in danger. Don't tell me you're the traitor.
Don't say something so stupid. There's no way in hell I'm the traitor.
Now that's more like it. Why don't you guys hurry and start arguing already?
The traitor and the killer who murdered Nagito is here, right? Are they the same person? Or... Alright, where do we start?
The killer didn't take Nagito's mouth to shut him up. I'm telling you, they were torturing him.
The reason Nagito's body was covered with wounds.
It's because the killer tortured Nagito.
So that's why he was so beat up. What were they trying to find out by torturing him? Definitely the bomb's hiding place.
The hiding
So,
place.
the suspect is whoever found the bomb first.
That was Fuyuhiko.
I found it by coincidence. There's no way I'd torture someone.
Why did the killer have to torture Nagito? No, were the wounds on Nagito's body really caused by torture in the first place?
The killer didn't take Nagito's mouth to shut him up. I'm telling you, they were torturing him.
The reason Nagito's body was covered with wounds.
This is a tough opener.
It's because the killer tortured Nagito.
So that's why he was so beat up. What were they trying to find out by torturing him? Definitely the bomb's hiding place. If so, the suspect is whoever found the bomb first.
That was Fuyuhiko.
I found it by coincidence. There's no way I'd torture someone.
I don't think I've ever been so lost at the very start of a trial. Maybe it's the duct tape? If they wanted information from him, why did they duct tape his mouth so he couldn't say anything?
The killer didn't tape Nagito's mouth to shut him up. I'm telling you, they were torturing him.
The reason Nagito's body was covered with wounds.
It's because the killer tortured Nagito.
Maybe I want to hit that? I don't know.
That's why he was so beat up. What were they trying to find out by? Definitely the bomb's hiding place. If so, the suspect is whoever found the bomb first.
That was Fuyuhiko.
I found it by coincidence. There's no way I'd torture someone.
The killer didn't tape. I'm telling you, they were torturing.
The reason Nagito's body.
It's because the killer tortured.
Okay,
No, that's wrong.
we got there. Getting my groove back.
Nagito's
That's
mouth
fine.
was
That's
covered
fine.
with duct tape, so he wouldn't have been able to confess anything. If he was being tortured for information, they wouldn't have taped his mouth like that.
I'm prepared.
Whoa, this is quick.
Ah, I just realized it. It's a trap.
Trap?
Stupid Hajime. You got caught in that trap.
The day this guy calls me stupid. Day he gets smacked down.
Like you said, if Nagito's mouth was taped, you obviously assume he couldn't talk, right? But that was the trap. He wanted to hide the fact that he got interrogated.
I can't back down! But if you tape his mouth shut, how is he supposed to answer anything?
Pay attention. This is how it went down. First, the killer tortured Nagito and got information about the bomb's location. Then, after they killed him,
No, this doesn't make
they
sense.
duct taped his mouth shut. Pay attention. This
The blood is on top of the
killer
duct tape.
tortured Nagito and got information about the bomb's location.
I had to... What?
Crap.
Do I need to wait for- is there a third one?
First, the killer tortured Nagito and got information. Then, after they killed him,
Okay. That last
like
one.
you said, he obviously assumed he couldn't, but that was the trap. He wanted to hide the fact that he got interrogated. Like you said, if Nagito's mouth was taped, you obviously assumed he couldn't talk, right? But that was the trap. He wanted to hide the fact that he got interrogated.
I can't back down!
I'm really bad at flicking the stick accurately.
But if you tape his mouth shut, how is he supposed to answer?
Kazuichi better or worse than Yasuhiro?
Pay attention. This is how it went.
Yasuhiro's at like a
Killer
himbo.
tortured Nagito and got information about the bomb. Then, after
No.
they killed him,
Yes. That button. No? Was I too late or was it wrong? It turned red.
like you said, if Nagito's mouth was taped shut, you obviously assumed he couldn't talk, right? But that was the trap. He wanted to hide the fact that he got interrogated.
But if you tape his mouth shut, how is he supposed to answer anything?
I forgot about Hiro's multiple harassment
This is
suits.
how it first, the killer tortured Nagito and got information. Then, after they killed him,
Okay, I was just too
Cut
slow.
through those words. No, there's no doubt Nagito's mouth was covered with duct tape before he was beat up.
what did you say?
Who cares about the duct tape? Might as well settle this with rock, paper, scissors.
What?
We don't need to play a game. It's clear the duct tape was on his mouth before the torture even began.
Why do you always side with Hajime? Do you have a crush on him or something?
You in elementary school or
You
something?
were with us when I peeled the duct tape off Nagito's mouth, right? The blood on
Chiaki, we
Nagito's
don't need to
face
play a
wasn't
game.
under the
Yeah,
duct
that's
tape,
true.
Remember?
Very suspicious behavior from Chiaki.
The blood on his face came from his arm wounds, which means the duct tape was on his face before his arms were even wounded.
How did they know the blood on his face came from his arm wounds, right? Like, that's ridiculous for them to just know that.
And the duct tape had a lot of crinkles around his mouth. He must have been struggling to open his mouth under the duct tape.
Perhaps the duct tape was used so he wouldn't be able to scream. Then it's like I said at the beginning. The tape wasn't for torture. It was to keep his mouth shut.
However, if they wanted to seal his mouth, they did not need to hurt him with such ferocity.
They probably had a deep grudge against Nagito.
Then, are you saying the killer was trying to make him suffer? If so, it's friggin' crazy. Did they go psycho or something?
No, they didn't just go crazy. Whoever did this must be one crafty bastard.
I think it's possible he killed himself. Right? Hold on. Which? No. Both hands. Both hands doesn't work. He's got one hand pinned with the knife and one hand still tied with the rope. He can do so much on his own. He can be holding the spear, he can wrap the spear around the girder, be holding the weight, right? And then let go and have it drop onto his chest. He could pre-burn the rope so that that hand is free the whole time. And then have his legs tied up, and then have his one arm slash his legs with the knife, and then stab his other hand with the knife. The only problem is that at some point both his hands get tied up. Yeah. Tied up or pinned down. Huh. They didn't just go crazy. Whoever did this must be one crafty bastard.
They wouldn't have taken the time to set fire to the crime scene and destroy all the evidence.
The warehouse fire was for destroying evidence?
We can't think of any other reason.
But who could have done that? When the fire occurred, everyone in this room was gathered in front of the warehouse.
I mean, Sonia isn't pictured here, but we'll just assume she's there
Yeah.
somewhere.
And right after I opened the warehouse door, the flames started burning from the very back.
Which means it is plausible to think that nobody here set the fire.
The killer isn't one of us. But that's not the case, huh? I mean, it's wishful thinking.
Yeah, I mean, we know this fire was rigged to go when you open the door.
Timing was just too perfect.
Based on the pattern up until now, we should suspect that some kind of setup was used for this.
Some kind of setup? Like what?
I do not know that, but that has been the pattern before.
That's our Miss Sonia. You have such an amazingly high intellect. Alrighty then, let's think about this based on what Miss Sonia thinks. Is that okay, Miss Sonia?
Damn right it is!
Damn right. The reason for the fire, huh? They're right, we need to clear that up first. I don't know the reason for the fire. I know how the fire. Monokuma panels, probably what we want here.
The direct cause of the fire was...
Could be the lighter, though.
the oil lighter found at the crime scene, right?
That's the direct cause,
Some
yes.
kind of setup. He lit the curtain on fire with the lighter.
Some kind of setup?
Did they use the oil as an improvised fuse?
The oil.
They probably just threw the lighter.
No.
Based on the shape of that oil lighter, it can stand upright while the flame is lit.
If they tipped over the lighter in some way,
Tipped over, yeah.
could have ignited the curtain.
Some way?
Maybe they used invisible thread.
No.
There should have been a way to tip it over with sound waves.
Sound
Or
waves.
perhaps opening the door.
Opening the
caused-
door.
I agree with that. I also agree that opening the door is what started the fire.
Just as
There
I
was a
thought,
lot of
it was the
options
wind
on that
pressure
one.
that dust devil blown here from glorious Japan!
What?
No, not wind pressure. They probably used the Monokuma panels. A huge number of tipped-over Monokuma panels were found at the crime scene, right? It looked like they were scattered everywhere, but some were laying on top of each other in a single line. Just a single line leading from the warehouse door to the fire's origin.
Does that mean anything?
The killer probably arranged those Monokuma panels to create a domino effect.
A domino effect. You mean those tiles kids play with by lining them up and tipping them over?
Yes.
In place of those tiles,
That is what a
the
domino
killer
is.
used the Monokuma panels.
They never know. They never know. Maybe someone doesn't know what a domino is. You gotta cover all the bases. This door in the background looks kind of weird, doesn't it? The like weird light coming out of the door, but like just stops right at the foot of the door.
So when we
Whoa.
opened the warehouse door, the first panel toppled into the second.
The fire is pretty far away from the pillars now that we get this top down. The plushie's way over there. The plushie didn't get burned?
And from there, they fell like dominoes until they reached the lighter at the end.
But wouldn't it be obvious that those big panels were falling over?
That's probably why they turned off the lights in the warehouse, so we wouldn't notice them.
And the music as well covers the
reason
sound.
The warehouse was dark was to hide the domino effect.
And one more thing. There was something else the killer did to hide
I'm
the
ready.
domino effect, right?
I'm ready, Chiaki. I need to get my health back. Music, MP3 player, go.
I see! You're talking about the MP3 player, right? That hymn blaring throughout the warehouse masked the sound of the falling panels.
The inside of the warehouse felt even darker because our eyes were still used to the bright sunlight outside. Within that darkness, a loud hymnal blared throughout the warehouse at full volume. Is that how you say that word? I've never had to say that out loud. Except for the last time I said it out loud. I think I just ran right over it, though. You guys hear something? It's really damn loud. Does Nagita like listening to this depressing crap? I'm not talking about the music. Her ears are so good. Her senses.
So the strange sound was actually the sound of the panels falling.
But those sounds weren't the only strange thing, right? Looking back on it, it was also strange when we opened the door to the warehouse.
Yeah, kicks the door.
Ah, so the door was being blocked by a Monokuma panel.
Which is weird, because it's just a thin piece of cardboard.
And when we opened the door, the domino effect started, and the falling panels eventually reached the lighter. Yeah, and that's how the warehouse caught on fire. At least, that's how it looks.
You don't look so sure.
At the time, Akane mentioned that she could barely open the door.
Because the panel was blocking it, right?
But the blocked doorway, there wasn't enough space for a person to fit through, right?
What?
Is that a problem?
It's a major problem. I mean, that door was the
Oh,
only
as in it was
entrance to
blocked from the
warehouse.
inside. Killer couldn't have left. This is the same
was
thing
so
with
close to the
Mahiro's
door
body
that
against
it
the
could barely
door
be
in the
opened.
second chapter, where I feel like you could probably just like slump it against the door and then slip out, you know? Like a you wouldn't even have to be all that coordinated, I think, to make it happen. Hey, Forito Crossing.
The killer inside the warehouse wouldn't be able to leave, right?
Now that you mention it.
Does that mean
Dominoes.
they
I've
were
never
hiding
actually played
inside?
the game of dominoes. Like, where you connect them and the numbers matter somehow. I don't know. I don't even know the rules.
Who? We were all outside the warehouse, you know.
Based on the patterns up until now, I believe some kind of setup was used.
You don't have to think so hard. There's actually only one person who could have possibly done this.
You don't mean...
If that's true, this murder...
Hajime?
The person who set up the domino effect inside the warehouse. There's only one person who could have done that. Yeah, I mean, I've been playing around with this Nagito suicide idea, and there's a couple problems with it, but...
This is my answer.
Let's see where we go from here.
What if it was
Yep,
Nagito?
this is my first playthrough.
Why'd you bring him up?
I'm figuring it all
He's the
out. I'm gonna
victim,
be asking, I'll be saying a lot of things, asking myself a lot of rhetorical questions, and they should not be answered. Just everyone shall ponder
It
them
wasn't just the victim.
together.
Maybe.
Huh?
Not just the victim? What does that mean?
He was the victim. And he was the perpetrator, too. Maybe.
Maybe.
Are you saying this was a suicide? Don't be stupid.
I don't know how both his hands get pinned if it's a suicide. Well, unless, like, is the knife into the floor? Like, is that pinning his hand? It'd be really hard to tie your hand or hold a thing or whatever with a knife in it.
His body was covered in torture wounds. Or did you already forget?
He's crazy enough to do that himself, man. This is not a good enough
Are
argument.
you saying those were all self-inflicted?
But,
Said the guy who slashed open his own stomach.
don't you think?
That's not the issue. He was tied up, remember?
Partially
Even for a
tied up.
creep like Nagito, it'd be impossible for him to tie up his own arms and legs.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. As long as you understand.
It seems we need to discuss how Nagito was able to tie himself
All right,
up.
here we go. This is what I've been asking questions about.
Need to discuss? That's not necessary at all. No matter how much you think about it, it's clearly impossible.
There are several points there in the game where I wish, like, I've said this. I'm like, what do you mean we're talking about was someone else in the room? Like, obviously not. This is stupid. Why do I have to prove this? Now Fuyuhiko is the one doing it, except it's the one time where I think, actually, no, we really need to talk about this. Like he said, it seems impossible if you think about it, but I feel like I'm overlooking something. All right, see you, Nico. What direction are we gonna go from here?
To actually tie up your own arms and legs. That's obviously impossible.
What is the actual evidence here? Both legs tied. It's stabbed into his hand. What evidence do I have again?
Tying just the legs is one thing, but
Burned rope,
tying both arms
plushy
would be
panels
impossible.
lighter. I have no idea what this is about, the plushie. This doesn't seem useful. This doesn't seem useful. So if we're looking at evidence, I think burned rope is most likely.
You couldn't do much with the free arm.
It'd be impossible if you were by yourself.
How about if you use your teeth? Or if you use your front tail?
Front tail?
Dirty joke! Is that a dirty joke?
For an assumption that Nagito committed suicide is correct, Nagito should have tied himself up too. That's okay, right?
To actually tie up your own arms and legs. That's obviously impossible!
Tying just the legs is one thing, but tying both arms would be impossible.
You couldn't do much with the free arm.
It'd be impossible if you were by yourself.
How about if you use your teeth? Or if you use your front tail?
Dirty joke! Is that a dirty joke?
Do I just use rope on this first one?
To actually tie up your own arms and legs. That's obviously impossible!
Tying just the legs is one thing, but tying both arms would be impossible.
You couldn't do much with the free arm.
It'd be impossible if you were by yourself.
Is there some evidence that someone else was there? I don't think so, right?
How about if you use your teeth? Or if you use your front tail?
Use your teeth.
Dirty joke! Is that a dirty joke?
Or front tail.
To actually tie up your own
Wait,
arms
no,
and
no.
legs. That's obviously
Shit.
impossible!
Tying just the legs is one thing, but tying both arms would...
This is my only idea, so I'm just gonna fast forward and try it.
Or if you use your...
Dirty joke! Is that a dirty joke?
To actually tie up your own arm...
Okay.
No, that's wrong!
It's really mean to put that as the very first sentence.
Hold on a sec. Isn't that premise flawed?
What? I mean, it's no mistake that his arms and legs were...
No, it shouldn't have been both of his arms. The rope on his right arm was completely burnt up. Based on that, you can't say he was tied up.
How does he... He could use his left arm to stab his right hand, and then with the knife in it, and this rope, this like pre-burned rope, go over and then tie up his right hand with a knife in it? Maybe?
That was just burned by the fire. He should have been tied up before then.
It burned because of the fire. Like you said, it might look like that. But that was part of the trap. There's concrete evidence that proves it.
Yeah. Yeah, there is. His right sleeve.
I see!
Take a close look at his right sleeve.
It's totally clean.
Even though the rope was burnt up, his sleeve wasn't burned at all. Wouldn't you agree?
I feel like this is not strong evidence. The fire might have just been close enough to burn the rope, but not close enough to burn the sleeve, but okay.
A burn like this, no matter how you think about it, is unnatural. That rope was burned in advance so it would look like it was burned in the fire.
Then Nagito's right arm wasn't tied up, right? He was able to move it freely, right?
Yeah, that should be the case.
Hajime, that's awesome! I'll let you cop a feel if you want.
Akane, you should not be so willing.
Akane, you should not give it away for free.
Exactly.
Make sure they pay you first.
That's definitely wrong.
Fine.
Sonia,
I just gotta get a Benjamin from him before I let him touch me, right?
why are we... A murder happened. This is... What
That's
are we...
not what I meant. I'm talking about Nagito.
Oh. That's definitely wrong. Okay.
I mean, even if his right hand wasn't tied up, the knife was still stabbed into it, you know?
Mm-hmm.
It's impossible to stab a knife into your right hand with your right hand. Ah, that much is obvious.
I hate that I came up with all of this and then reached this point and was like, therefore it didn't happen. So like, what did I miss?
Hajime, you tricked me! Give me back that Benjamin!
Not only did she try to charge me, now she wants the money back? What the heck?
Hold on. There should be a way.
Then hurry up and spill it.
There should be a way.
Lame. I'll make you give back the Benjamin with 10,000% interest.
Does the knife fall onto his hand? A way to stab yourself in your right hand using only your right hand. You could throw it into the air and then have it like come down. Definitely an answer for this. Blood on girder. Maybe it's not the spear up there, but...
Even if Nagito's right hand was free, how could he stab his right hand with his right hand?
If he threw the knife into the air and let the knife fall, could he stab his hand that
I could
way?
agree with fall with blood on girder.
Is he a throwing knife expert?
The ultimate
Maybe
lucky
he
student.
propped the knife somehow?
Propped the
Slammed
knife.
his right hand down on it?
Propped it onto what?
If he just propped the knife, he could have used his bound left hand.
If you're tied up, your arms won't bend that easily. We don't know if his left hand could even reach his right hand.
We do know. Oh, it's not going to give me that in the log, is it? The knife falling. I think that's the spear that's tied to the girder. Not the knife. The knife would need to be propped by something. And they're saying the other hand was holding it? I think the other hand needs to be holding the spear above his body. I forget what my evidence is. It's a lot of the same stuff keeps popping up. I think it's this. No, that doesn't cover it. Added 2 scrapes to your legs from climbing. I hope you don't end up like our boy Nagito. They put the girder in here, and that's suspicious. Alright, let me just run this back one more time.
Even if Nagito's right hand was free, how could he stab his right hand with his right hand?
If he threw the knife into the air and let the knife fall, could he stab his hand that way?
Is he a throwing knife expert?
Maybe he propped the knife somehow and slammed his right hand down on it?
Propped it onto what?
If he just propped the knife, he could have used his bound left hand.
If you're tied up, your arms won't bend that easily. We don't know if his left hand could even reach his right hand. Even if Nagito's right hand was free, how could he stab his right hand with his right hand?
If he threw the knife into the air
I don't have the evidence I
and let
want.
the knife fall,
It's wrong?
Okay.
Even if Nagito's right hand was free, how could he stab his right hand
Maybe
with
I
his
take
right hand?
one of these statements is
if
what
he
I
threw the
need.
knife into the air and let the knife fall, Could he stab his hand that way?
Is he a throwing knife expert?
Maybe he propped the knife somehow and slammed his right hand down on it?
Propped it onto what?
If he just propped the knife, he could have used his bound left hand.
He used his bound
If you're
left
tied
hand.
up, your arms won't bend that easily. We don't know
Bend
if his
that
left
easily.
hand could even reach his right hand.
Give me back that Benjamin. I think these three are some of the evidence I have. They should really, I think they should put a star next to the, or a bullet symbol next to the ones that are currently truth bullets on this screen. I think that would be such a nice change. The plushie? The knife propped up, the plushie propped up the knife. Okay. Okay. I just needed to look at it.
Even if Nagito's right hand was free,
I'll agree with propped up with
how could he
this.
stab his right hand with his right hand?
If he threw the knife into the air and let the knife fall, could he stab his hand that way?
Is he a throwing knife expert?
Maybe he propped the knife somehow?
I agree with that.
The life-size Monokuma plushie. He must have used that to prop the knife.
Makes sense. That's why there was a big hole in the plushie's stomach. He inserted the knife handle into that hole to prop it up. Then he slammed his hand.
What I
onto
don't
it.
like about everything that's happening here is that we're very quickly determining he did all this to himself. But then the trial's gonna be super short. Like, it would be super anticlimactic if this was all that happened.
If that's it, he had to place the plushie near him. And it also explains the mysterious blood on the plushie.
Wasn't the plushie, like, pretty far from him? I guess he could, like, toss it or
So the blood on
something.
the plushie came from Nagito after he stabbed the knife into his own right hand.
I
BBQ and
see.
hamburgers.
So
Damn.
that's the trick.
That sounds good.
But for a moment, I seriously thought Monokuma died or something.
A bleeding plushie is super scary. It's got the same fear factor as a doll whose hair grows too long.
After stabbing his
I
hand,
don't know the reference.
he no longer needed the plushie, so he cast it off toward the fire's origin point.
Yeah, even if he's got a knife through his hand, he could still just kind of like, meh.
Probably
And
thought
knock
the
it.
fire would incinerate it and destroy the evidence.
So what do you think now, Fuyuhiko?
I get what you're saying about the wound on his right hand, but there's still one huge problem. The spear. Basically, you're saying Nagito committed suicide by impaling himself with a spear, right?
So the blood gets everywhere. I'm picturing his left hand holding the weight of the spear as it goes over the girder, right? His left hand? Yeah, his left hand. But then, why is there so much blood all over there? That doesn't really make sense to me.
If you think about the order, getting killed by the spear should have been the last thing to happen to Nagito.
Technically, we don't know the spear finished him. We don't know the cause of death.
If that's true, how is that possible?
I don't know how he could survive exactly.
He can't grab a spear with his right hand if a knife is stabbed into it and his left hand was all tied up.
Then he probably took the spear first, and as he endured the pain, he stabbed the knife into his right hand.
There is a limit to his constitution. If you got penetrated by something so big and thick, you would die instantly.
Sonya phrasing. Yeah, Kazuichi's freaking
I'm
out.
sorry, I didn't catch all
I
that.
only the first part. My brain went blank after that first part.
Said, if you got penetrated.
All right, I'm just gonna skip
Say it
this.
one more
Hey, bastard, you better cut it out.
Like she said, in that condition, it's very difficult to stab yourself with a spear. It'd be hard to use a spear with a knife stab into your right hand while your left hand is tied up.
So you're saying it's impossible?
But no matter what I think, I can't believe Nagito's death was caused by someone else.
I also agree with that.
Hmm.
To think that one of us could kill someone with such cruelty, I could never believe that.
You say you can't believe it? You just don't want to believe it, right? But that's why you keep getting betrayed over and over again, right? Same goes for this time, too.
You just shut your mouth. It's against the rules to interfere with everyone. If you even think about doing anything,
Oh.
I have a plan of my own.
Huh.
Monomi sassing me.
But it's just as Monokuma said. We've been betrayed over and over again so far. So this might also be the same. Calling this a suicide takes too much for granted, and it's too convenient.
Then are you saying there is a killer among us, Kazuichi?
Of course that doesn't include Miss Sonia and me.
As Kazuichi said, it's true we've been constantly betrayed.
We're not. I thought we were gonna talk about this spear going up and around the girder before we moved on.
But even if I'm betrayed again, I still want to believe in everyone.
Maybe she's keeping us back on course.
No matter how many times I may be betrayed, I still want to believe in everyone.
I also want to believe that there's no killer, but suicide is unimaginable.
Do you really think so?
But you said it too. It'd be impossible.
All right, we're
for him
back to the
stab
spear.
himself with a spear in his condition.
I did say difficult, but I never said impossible.
Yeah, here we go.
I feel that there's some way he could have stabbed himself with that spear.
What kind of way?
Here I go, believing in everyone.
I don't know.
You don't know.
It's impossible to figure out by myself. So let's think about it together. That's how we made it this far up till now.
Everyone.
I mean, some of us
together.
have been doing more work than others, but yeah. She's right. We've made it through several ordeals up till now by doing that. Then
All right,
even now.
Let's do this.
I don't have the girder blood.
How did Nagito stab himself with a spear? Let's
Oh.
work together and think this through.
It's this.
When the spear stabbed
The blood on the
Nagito,
left hand.
His right hand was covered by the knife, right?
He was only able to move his left hand.
But his left hand was also tied up.
He was holding
That rules
something.
out his left hand.
No, it doesn't. Ah, got
No,
him.
that's wrong.
Fucking got him. I really like this cheat code ability. I like this a lot.
Still too early to dismiss the possibility that he used his
I would have
left
had to loop all the way around there, I'm pretty sure.
Why? I mean, his left hand was tied up, you know?
But there was something off about his left hand. The bloodstain on the palm of his hand. Don't you think it looked somewhat strange? He only had blood on the lower area of his palm. Beyond that point, the bloodstain suddenly cuts off, right?
When the blood splattered, that's as far as it reached, right?
That settles the description of that bloodstain, but it's not the only unnatural bloodstain. Look, there's blood on the back of his hand, around the middle joints of his fingers.
Like you said, it looks like an unnatural bloodstain, but what's wrong with that?
We might need to think and use our imaginations for a bit. If there's blood on his palm and the back of his hand, what was his left hand doing as the blood splattered?
It was gripping.
I see! When the blood splattered, he was probably gripping with his left hand. That's why there's such a strange-looking bloodstain on his palm and the back of his hand.
Was he grabbing his front tail?
Again with this thing.
Perish the thought! He was obviously grabbing the spear.
Wow, she
Now
went to
that
the
you
spear
mention
on
it,
her own.
Compared to the rest of his body, The wounds on his left arm are pretty mild.
I mean, those slashes look pretty nasty. I don't know.
He probably made his wounds mild on purpose, so he could keep his strength while he gripped the spear.
But
If
even
they
he
say
held the
so,
spear with
okay.
his tied up left hand, it'd be impossible for him to stab himself.
That's right, that's the
Hey,
problem.
Chiaki, what do you think?
She knows. She saw. She was the one who saw it.
Hey, don't tell me you're getting sleepy.
At times like this, you should always strike from a good angle. Just like fixing an old TV.
Like whapping it on the side.
Oh, I got it. Maybe.
Really?
Yeah, like I thought. It's no mistake that Nagito was gripping the spear. I think. However, what's important is what section of the spear he was gripping.
The cord.
I see.
That's it. Instead of the handle, Nagito must have been holding on to the cord. There was a metal weight at the tip of the cord, but there were bloodstains on that part too. Plus, the joint between the weight and the cord had a bloodstain shaped like it was cut off by something.
Isn't the size of that cut-off section about the same size as a human fist?
Ah, you're right. So this is the part Nagito was gripping, huh? And then the blood that was supposed to end up here.
This explains like almost everything. I mean, he's got all this poison in his room and stuff, and like... I'm trying to think of something that isn't explained by everything we've covered up till now. In terms of like how he died at the warehouse.
Ended up getting on Nagito's left hand.
Where did all that blood come from, though? This is after his right hand is stabbed, I think. I assume he has to let go of this weight to let the spear do something. So it's not the blood when the spear hits his chest.
But why is it so important to know which part of the spear he was gripping?
You're not gonna say he gripped the tip of the cord, swung the spear around, and stabbed himself, right?
That is where the clue to solve this mystery resides. Right, Chiaki? I am sorry. Of course this mystery will not be solved that
Aww.
easily.
Right, Chiaki? It cuts to her just like, oh, I don't know. Nagito was gripping the cord extending from the butt of the spear with his left hand. But from there, how would he stab himself in the stomach with the spear?
It seems we are stuck. Shall we have tea time?
At a time like this, how about we stick to the plan to think one step at a time instead of expecting the answers all at once?
It's a mouthful,
That's
but
a
okay.
long plan name.
One step at a time? What does that mean?
Let's focus on the spear first. Namely, where it was and how it was positioned just before it impaled Nagito.
How it was positioned.
Nagito was facing up, the spear was stabbed through his stomach, so if it's just before that... State of the spear, the fact that Nagito was holding the tip of the cord. If I put those together and think about it, I should be able to figure out where the spear was and what state it was in before it stabbed Nagito. So we're not even going to use the blood on the girder evidence here, we're just going to do a logic dive for it. Alright, I'm ready. I don't think I'll even need to slow down. Except maybe just to do some platforming. This is the jump button, right? Okay. Whoop, it's gonna be over here. Yeah. Got it. I'm doing it. Where was the spear? Above Nagito. No brakes. What is that? What is that? Oh my god! Uh-oh. Okay. No. Okay, it went away. Oh, no. Oh, okay. Besides the spear, what else? A ceiling girder. Ugh. I didn't even read the others. Oh shit, we did it. Man, this is hard. It's the most exciting thing in the game so far. Can I jump over the bombs? Probably not, they're really tall. I think they can't hit me if I'm just on the edge though. Whoa, that's tricky. Oh man. If they fleshed this out, this could just be a fun game on its own even. Shit, hold on. Nah, I couldn't. There was a lot of words on screen. I needed to break, and then I didn't even know what the break button was. An item connects both the spear and the ceiling girder. The spear's cord, obviously. Okay. I didn't expect this to be the question. I tried. There was too much text to process. Oh, it's not over yet. Or is it? No, it's just one of the last 5. Gotcha. Okay.
It's all coming together. The spear impaled Nagito.
I guess if someone did speedrun this game, they would have to speedrun the logic dive.
Perpendicular. In the middle of the air?
If Nagito did that all by himself, did he have some sort of ESP?
That'd be awesome, but he'd probably use the ceiling girder directly above him.
Nagito probably slung the cord over the ceiling girder, and using that as a support, he hoisted the spear directly above him. And if Nagito let go of the cord, the spear would have fallen and impaled him while he was laying face up.
I noticed a slight red streak on the ceiling girder. It probably got smeared there during the setup.
The blood on the cord probably rubbed off on the ceiling girder as the spear was falling. So, how about it? Using this method, Nagito could have impaled himself with the spear.
Are you serious? He really committed suicide? Like that?
He probably chose that spear so he could commit suicide like that. If someone else did this, there's no reason they'd go to all this trouble just to kill someone with a spear.
I agree. When I was investigating this case, I kept thinking over and over how strange it was. Why did the killer use the knife and the spear so differently?
So you're saying he needed to use that spear to pull off his trick?
People will speedrun anything.
Then, this is for real? He really committed suicide? Every single wound on his body. That was all him?
Not just that, he did all that while he was gripping the spear?
Yeah.
That spear should not have stabbed Nagito until the very end. Which means Nagito wounded himself while he was gripping that spear, right?
Did he put the duct tape on his mouth too?
He probably covered his own mouth so we wouldn't hear him screaming in pain.
Did he need to go that far? That's beyond crazy. Why would he do that to himself?
The weight is meant to, you like sling it at people and it wraps around and you trip them and then you go over and you stab them with the spear. It's like an old gladiator weapon or something.
He was probably trying to get us to make a mistake. By committing a suicide that looked like a murder, he was trying to steer us toward the wrong answer. His goal was to get us all executed.
I don't think that's right.
That's why he stabbed himself over and over again?
Did he want us to die that bad?
I think Tifa's right. I think motive is... We haven't talked about this at all yet.
That's messed up. It's seriously so messed up.
Yeah, that's our Nagito.
He was fucked up till the very end. I'm starting to feel a little sympathetic toward him. How stupid of me. I completely underestimated his capacity for malice. A mind-boggling malice that threatens us even after he's died. That's the form his malice took. I had forgotten all about it until now. If he was here now, he'd probably be sneering at me.
However, there is one thing I still do not understand. He said he would reveal the traitor, right? Whatever became of that?
He was probably planning to kill the traitor along with the rest of us.
So why did he not just do that in the first place? If he had no qualms with killing everyone, he did not have to cause a bomb scare to reveal the traitor.
I bet the bomb scare was part of the strategy behind this trick. He made us split up and search for a bomb so none of us would have an alibi. He created a scenario where any of us could have killed him.
He tried to make us doubt each other and tried to hide the truth behind his suicide.
Did he cause a bomb scare for that reason alone?
He's a fucking bastard who killed himself for his delusions of grandeur. It's not that unthinkable.
You are right, I suppose.
Yeah, it appears we've come to a conclusion. Bastard Nagito committed suicide. It was all done by him so we'd be executed.
That should be okay, right?
What? You're not satisfied yet?
No, I agree that Nagito killed himself, but I feel like there's something that doesn't make sense. It's probably just my imagination.
I mean, I sorta understand what she's talking about. I don't think it's a mistake to assume that Nagito committed suicide, but why do I feel so uneasy about it? Is it because we don't know who the traitor is? Or...
So what are you gonna do? Is it okay to proceed with the voting time?
What do you think, Akane?
Well, there's no doubt Nagito's death was a suicide. Oh well, I guess my gut is wrong sometimes.
No. It always is in a very roundabout way, but her gut is always
You are
right.
It is not as though we can draw any other conclusion.
Then it's okay to end it here, huh? That means we're done with this last class trial and we can leave this island, right? It's okay to reach such a happy ending.
Can't end like
right?
this.
Then it's okay? It's okay to say, you've decided on the killer? Understood. Then voting time.
Who is it? Who's gonna cut him off? Chiaki? Me?
No.
Yeah.
Hold on a sec.
Hold on. Why?
Sorry, just a little more. I want you guys to wait just a little more. I can't help but feel like there's still something we overlooked.
Like who the traitor is?
But the issue here is who killed Nagito, right? Even if we identify the traitor, the conclusion won't change.
That's true, but...
The mystery isn't just about who the traitor is. No matter how you look at it, Nagito's death is a suicide. But I'm a little worried, you know? I'm worried about starting the voting time while there's still a mystery.
Hey, what do you mean it's not about who the traitor is? What kind of mystery is left?
There's just one thing that doesn't make sense, and it relates to Nagito's death.
The one thing that doesn't make sense.
Plus, it's something even Nagito couldn't influence. He couldn't even tamper with the evidence for it.
The fire extinguishers? I mean, you could have done that. The sprinklers that came on after?
You were gonna keep going? Here I thought we were finally finished.
Something related to Nagito's death. A piece of evidence that even he couldn't mess with. I mean, there's all this poison stuff we haven't talked about at all. Could have duct taped himself. He had control over all this other stuff. He had control of the spear. Maybe that this thing didn't get burned? You could have set those up beforehand. You could have set this up beforehand. You could have set this up beforehand. I'm gonna go for the plushie, I guess, but this is a total guess.
Crap!
Yeah. Do I just start submitting stuff? I only got 20 seconds. Or stuff that's not even related to his death? Like,
Crap!
it straight up says related to his death. It resets the timer? Oh, good call. I still don't know, though. I forget which ones I just panic tried, though. That's unfortunate. Something related to his death, a piece of evidence he couldn't mess with. I mean, you can't mess with the Monokuma file.
I see!
Huh.
Is it about the Monokuma file?
I mean, Monokuma just omits anything that incriminates someone in particular, so like, why is this a thing to be concerned about?
That's it.
Huh? There was something suspicious in the Monokuma file?
No cause of death. Is that what we're getting at? Body was discovered, time of death, spear stabbed, slash wounds, laceration. What? I thought I was just gonna, oh, Hangman's Gambit. Okay, cause of death, 525? Okay, got it. Here we go! Oh, that was unfair. What? God, this is getting crazy. What is happening? 3 Fs just merged? Holy shit. What? This is, how are you supposed to do this? What difficulty is this on? I lost all my T's. Ah! Oh my god.
In this particular case's Monokuma file, there's no specific cause of death.
Pointing out that the timer reset was fine, by the way. I know everyone was probably looking at it to see how much time I had left, but I didn't want to be distracted from looking at all of the evidence. So I didn't look at it. Also, I don't know, it doesn't really help, right? Like, if it hits 0, it hits 0. Not only is there a spear stabbed in the stomach, multiple stab wounds, laceration, cause of death, blah, blah, blah.
Isn't that weird? Until now, the files always specified the cause of death.
But the cause of death is obvious, is it not? The spear in Nagito's stomach. It is obvious just by looking at it that it was a cause of death.
Maybe it's not included if it's not important enough to write about.
Well, Monokuma?
Okay, so if the cause of death was the spear in his stomach or something, it could put it in there, and that doesn't change anything. So the fact that it doesn't say it was the spear means that it wasn't the spear. So I guess it's the poison.
I plead the fifth!
There he goes again! I'm
The
so
fifth.
appalled that I have nothing to say.
But even during Gundam's case, and before during Nikon's case, the thing he purposely omitted from the Monokuma file was always the most important mystery in the case.
I mean, the way that you influenced it was that I got to take time and look at the evidence and make decisions instead of panicking and failing or randomly stumbling into the answer. Like, all of that is worse. But maybe it was just lucky that it was better than, I don't know. It's tough. If you say, like, it's fine, use your best judgment, right? Then all of a sudden someone else has some idea about something and they're totally wrong, and I wish they didn't say that. Anyway, for what it's worth, it was fine. He admitted it because of the most important mystery.
Hold on a sec. Then, are you saying there's more to Nagito's death? Are you suggesting, again, that his death wasn't a suicide?
You guys were the ones who said it was a suicide in the first place.
No, I don't think it's a mistake to call Nagito's death a suicide, but it's not just a suicide. Come to think of it, did Nagito really commit suicide just to get us all killed?
Are you sticking up for him?
That's not what I meant. I mean it in a bad sense.
Bad sense?
I just remembered that his malice always defied our expectations. And that concerns
Malice.
me. For example, would that malice just end here?
Huh?
Did Nagito's malice drive him to risk his life for a truth we'd reach this easily?
Yeah, it was too easy.
I mean, this is Nagito
This has been
we're
making me
talking about,
nervous
you know?
ever since we immediately went to talking about suicide.
How interesting! You sure do believe in Nagito, huh?
Also, like, I don't know, do you guys really get the sense that, like, Nagito always had this sense of malice coming off of him? Like, I never really got that vibe off of him.
Because you
Not
believe
malice.
in his malice, you continue to suspect
He
his
was
malice.
crazy and dangerous, but I never really got a sense of, like, hatefulness or fear or...
I see. I guess that's what passes for friendship these days.
What friendship?
Like, most of the time, he was like... I don't know, he's on the outside, but he's still part of the group, it felt like.
What should we do, you guys? Should we proceed with the vote? I think we should keep going until everyone is satisfied, even if it's just to be safe.
You were right. We only get one chance to vote after all.
Just to be safe, huh? Guess I have no choice. If that's the case, I'll do my best to go along with it.
Fuyuhiko gets the sad
this is
music.
friggin' annoying. But if you guys say you're doing it, there's no way I'm gonna back out.
Hey, Monokuma! You heard us.
Chaos,
The
sure.
voting's gonna have to wait!
I mean, even that's pretty strong, but he would, I don't know.
We've come this far. Let's work hard till the very end.
Wild card,
If we work together,
uncertainty.
everything should be all right. That's what I believe.
Aww. Splendid. You guys are so splendid right now. That's right. If all your hopes are united, no despair can shake you.
Neutral, chaotic. If all your hopes are united, no despair can shake you, huh? Now that I think about it, Nagito said the same thing. The absolute hope that can overcome any despair. He said he was yearning for that. And this situation we're in might be the thing that Nagito wanted all along. No, never mind. I'm probably overthinking. Suspended. We gotta talk about this poison.
No.
We gotta talk about the Hope's Peak manual, the traitor, Monami's notebook and who's been writing in it. Man, my heart was racing like crazy when I thought the voting time was gonna start, but, well, if you think about it rationally, there's no way it was gonna happen. We haven't done this bit yet. Most of the players probably figured that out too. You're the only one who didn't know. Isn't that right, Monami? Hey, how much longer are you planning to sulk? Let's get along like we always do. Alright, you passed! Friendship is measured by how long you can stand the silence when you're alone with someone else. So, Monami and I are the bestest of best friends. Don't say such stupid things. I hate you so much right now. Enough! Why do I have to be hated that much? Besides the fact that you snap at me like that, I don't trust you at all. Not even a teensy tiny 1mm bit. How sad. Distrusting your friend is much more shameful than being betrayed by that friend, you know. We aren't even friends in the first place. Then as your older brother, let me say this. You're not even my older brother. It's sad to live a life without friendship. That's even sadder than watching a high school rom-com full of guys. Well, there may be some demands for that. I fell for it. I totally took the man bait. Why did they have to highlight man bait?
I'm Monami. By now, there's nothing more for me to say. Anyway, my chest is full of pride right now. Everyone is united against despair. They're totally awesome. That's why I'm gonna fight too. I will fight the only way I can. I'm gonna show that guy my fearsome retaliation. That's basically it.
Great.
So if we're working together, where do we start? With the cause of death missing from the Monokuma file?
Why don't we try removing all our preconceived notions before we discuss this?
Chiaki always suggests this, and it's always a good idea.
In the beginning, our discussion advanced by assuming Nagito's death was caused by the spear. It's better to confirm if there are any other possibilities. That's what I think.
Other possibilities. Huh.
If something other than the spear killed Nagito, all I can think of is the knife stab.
Because none of them know about the
It's
poison.
definitely a gruesome wound, but it wouldn't be the fatal wound, don't you think?
If you think the cuts on his legs and left arm aren't the fatal wounds...
Are we finished already?
I feel like it's possible that we overlooked something.
Overlooked,
Bring
huh?
up whatever we can think of, one after the other. That might clear some things up.
Exactly. We should cooperate at a time like this.
A fatal wound that wasn't the spear. Wait, he's using the word wound. This is steering me away from poison, you know? Unless the knife was poisoned. I don't know. I don't even know if it actually exists. But if it does, I need to find out what it is no matter what. Piece of blue paper and Monokuma's special poison.
Let us consider a different fatal wound.
It's not the knife in his right hand, right? It's not the other wounds, right?
With all those wounds, maybe he simply bled to death.
There's no way he burned to death.
Was the cause of death something that cannot be seen?
I agree with that.
Bam. I thought the other little trailing bit of white noise was gonna block it on me.
Possibility. If the cause of death was something we can't see, then we have to consider poison as a possible method.
Poison? It is true that poison is not something we can see, but why did you bring that up all of a sudden?
I remember, when I went to investigate Nagito's cottage, I discovered something really strange. Inside the refrigerator, I found a bottle of Monokuma's special poison.
Poison?
Additionally, that's a poison made specifically for killing. I see. Now that you mention it, there's no way a toxin like that doesn't
What's the Marvel character? Mutant organism designed only for killing, MODOK?
If poison was the cause of death, it would not leave an obvious wound on
This is like a
body.
PODOK or something?
However, it's common for blood blotches to appear on a body that's been poisoned.
That's, I mean, yeah, I guess he might have some knowledge of this. Mr. Yakuza.
See, you sure seem to know a lot about medicine.
What does that mean?
But even if blood blotches appear, if the body was already covered in blood, there's no way we'd notice them.
Please
easily,
only use the
right?
poison to poison. Do not use the poison to season your salad. Do not use the poison to lubricate the hinges on your door.
Camouflage them?
That's also a possibility.
But still, both of Nagito's hands were full. So how would he drink poison?
His left hand was tied up and gripping the spear, and his right hand had a knife stuck in it.
So here's where we get into the nature of the vapor of the poison being heavier than air and like falling onto him afterwards.
If it was a slow-acting poison, it is possible he consumed it in advance.
It's not slow acting.
No, the warning label on the bottle explicitly states the effect is instant.
Then it's impossible. Both his hands were full just before he died.
And this is when the hardtail appears.
Why always tails with you?
Totally overvaluing that tail.
His mouth was covered with duct tape, you know. If he wanted to drink poison, how'd he get it past his lips?
If there's no way he could have drank the poison, it might be impossible.
I don't know. The poison doesn't say how you have to get it in your body.
Just kidding. It's not like we're out of possibilities yet.
Are there any left?
Hell no! No matter how you slice it, he was totally killed by that spear.
Since we've already ruled out so many possibilities, it might be easier to think about what really killed him. Operation Elimination Method. The hint should be written on the poison's warning label.
There's a lot of text written on that warning label. I should think carefully and try to remember it. We logic diving? Oh boy. Alright, I'm gonna hit the brakes on this one. There's a lot of different things that could be asking me here. Whoops. Not yet. I wonder how many of these can be won just by like hanging out on the edge. Oh, I guess not this one. Whoa. Always left. When it affected him, it was a gas. Right? No. Shit. I don't know. I don't know what hydrolysis. Okay, it was a gas. Yeah, I'm ahead of it. I'm ahead of these blue spikes on this one. Oh! Do you think I can jump this whole gap? Oh, come on. These spikes never go to the edge, though, right? They do. They totally do. You gotta spice it up a little bit on these logic dives. That one, though. Oh, come on! I jumped at, like, the absolute worst time. Oh, shit. Alright, alright. I'll slow down. What? Oh, just the... I think my hitbox is like a dot or something. It's not like a big, thick surfboard. God damn. Alright. Through his nose. But I could have been his wounds, I don't know. But it's not. We're spiraling. I'm not letting off this bumper. I'm not doing it. Oh! I missed the boost. Oh, that's it? We're done? Okay. Dreaming of jorfing over big gaps.
It's all coming together. instead of drinking the poison...
I know hydrolysis means it
inhaled
reacts with water, but I don't know in what way. Like, does it become a solid or a liquid or a gas or a...
Inhaled?
It's written on the poison's warning label.
Highly potent, takes effect immediately. Very dangerous when vaporized.
Dangerous when vaporized. In other words, breathing in the gas is fatal.
Poison gas! Then all he had to do was breathe it in through his nose!
He breathed that poisonous gas inside the warehouse? But if poisonous gas had spread throughout the warehouse, why didn't it kill us?
Oh, this is why. It becomes dormant after it reacts with water. But also, we left the warehouse for a while afterwards, so like it might be... Well, I'm gonna go with sprinklers still.
The sprinklers in the warehouse. Thanks to those, we didn't inhale that poison gas.
The poison gas disappeared because of the sprinklers? It wasn't the fire?
So why does this all matter? Why did he want to disguise the cause of death? I mean, he could maybe just wanted to make it extra hard to... No. Because we would still just rule his death as suicide anyway, so... I wonder if, like, Nagito was working with someone, maybe the traitor, to make this all look like his suicide. And technically, it was the killer who introduced the poison into the scene, so they are the one who did it, right? In a gaseous state, it is heavier than air, breaks down in minutes, susceptible to hydrolysis.
Of course! Hydrolysis!
Breaking down in water.
The chemical bonds that form the poison were broken down by the water from the sprinklers!
Yeah. But then usually like you still have those elements, right? Like when they break down, they don't disappear. So like what elements is it made of and what does it break down into?
Also, the poison is
Like
apparently
doesn't
been taken care of,
hydrochloric
so it probably
like
didn't
mustard
affect us as
gas
we were standing.
is like chlorine gas, right? And it, well, this is different, but it reacts with the water in your lungs and becomes hydrochloric acid in your lungs and in your body and everything. Like it, that's why it's so bad.
But Nagito was laying down, so he must have breathed in a whole bunch of it, huh?
Presumably way less poisonous, but we don't know, right? Like that's what I'm just saying. There's some question marks on the exact nature of what this poison is and how it works and what happens after it reacts. And
If it meets the requirements that well, maybe it's not just a possibility anymore.
it's earth, fire, and heart.
Yeah, the true cause of Nagito's death
That's right.
was poisoning. The wounds on his body, the spear in his stomach, it was all to keep us from
Oh.
learning the truth.
So what?
Huh?
We figured out that Nagito died from poison, but so what?
He's not wrong, but also it's kind of rude to just jump in there like that.
In the end, it doesn't change the fact that he committed suicide,
It's
right?
also kind of suspicious. I don't
already.
know.
Nagito inhaled the poison he prepared and died. Yeah, that still sounds like a suicide.
Well, with this, we have a clearer picture.
He was the first
We've
person to
also
jump in
determined
and
the
try to
true
fight
cause
me
of
with the
death.
sword.
All right. All the mysteries should be solved now. We should get on with the voting time, right?
Hmm.
Well,
We need to talk about why this poison misdirection thing is
What?
here.
There's still more?
Not all the mysteries have been solved yet. His motive is still unclear. Did he commit suicide just so he could kill every last one of us? Was that really his motive? Is that really okay?
Hey, what happened? There's no reason to wonder about that stuff anymore, you know.
That stuff. Nagito's motive. Nagito's malice. Is this really okay? Can we really finish this here? No, that can't be.
There might have been an accomplice.
Right. Huh?
Chiaki, what did you just say?
If Nagito committed suicide by inhaling poison that he brought, then why wasn't there anything that looked like poison at the crime scene?
Anything that looked like poison?
If Nagito brought poison to the warehouse, it's strange that we couldn't find it there.
The fire grenades that we threw were maybe filled with poison instead? If Nagito really brought poison to the warehouse, then the thing that would have been left behind is the container.
I see! Are you talking about the container the poison was kept in?
Yeah. If Nagito brought it, it's strange we couldn't find that container anywhere, right?
He can't carry around poison without putting it in a container?
Yeah, that was written on the warning label.
How much poison did he have, though? I guess you only need one of those bottles to be filled with it.
The container probably
We threw every
melted
single
in
one of
fire.
them.
It's probably plastic or glass, right? There's no way it'd completely incinerate. Even the plastic fragments of the fire grenades
Right.
we used to put out the fire didn't
The fire
completely
grenades
burn
that
up,
didn't
no?
work.
Then, does that mean someone got rid of the container?
Come on,
That's
guys.
why you mentioned an accomplice.
That is impossible. I mean, an accomplice? It is just
Unfortunately, Nagito could have put the poison in the grenades himself, and this doesn't implicate anyone else in particular.
Like, does that really matter all that much?
He seems pretty blasé about a thing that he should be more concerned about. I don't like his attitude the past couple of text boxes.
I mean, even if he had an accomplice, it doesn't change the fact that Nagito still committed suicide.
You're right. Someone might have accidentally took it away from the crime scene.
Well, if they did it accidentally, they're not exactly an accomplice, are they?
Ah, you're right. You're totally right. That's totally it.
Right? Isn't it okay to close this case yet? I'm not in the mood for unexpected twists.
Yeah, you wouldn't be if the unexpected twist was that you fucking did it. I don't want to hurt anyone. I don't want to get hurt anymore by hurting someone else. Everyone's tired. Tired of doubting everyone else. I also feel that way. That's why I want to just rule this as Nagito's suicide. If I do that, nobody here has to get hurt. But
That's no good.
Huh?
that's no good.
I feel like Nagito is seeing through us. By calling this Nagito's suicide, we're trying to take the easy way out so we don't hurt anyone else. But if Nagito was here right now, he'd probably be sneering at us. He'd probably say something like, "So that's the extent of your hopes."
So Nagito's ghost is whispering to you, huh?
Nagi Ghost.
The power of friendship bursts beyond death, huh?
Friendship is a very
Fiery
strong
outcome
word.
Like this is right out of a teen manga. Still, that's pretty messed up.
Shut up! You just be quiet.
I get what you're saying, but in the end, the reason he died is still the same as
Nagosto.
before, right? Even if we solve this mystery, the conclusion won't change at all.
I mean, it'd be a suicide regardless.
It's him suggesting this again.
Even if there really was an accomplice, is there any reason we should take the time to figure out who it is? Like Fuyuhiko said earlier, it is possible that somebody accidentally removed the poison from the crime scene.
But I just can't imagine ending this by turning our backs on the truth.
It's fine, okay? There are some things we're better off not knowing. And we probably just didn't notice it. Like maybe the container was hiding with the fire grenade fragments.
Oh, did she do it again? Akane with a moment of brilliance? Oh! What is this feeling just now? Even though it was brief, it was like a strong flash of light running through the back of my head. Maybe what Akane just said right now might be a clue. From there, I might be able to reach the answer. Don't send me into Hangman's Gambit right now, I'm not ready. Nagito, the way Nagito brought the poison, which means the thing he used as a container was... okay, if it's not fire grenade, then, okay, fine, it's fire grenade. Okay, we're gonna be okay. Hmm. I'm gonna need another E, huh? Oh, these are good. Good letters. Nice. Is this up, shift, or mouse? No, I'm just using the keyboard. Keyboard? A controller.
I see. I got it.
And I don't have it upshifted or downshifted.
Huh?
The fire grenades. Nagito put the poison inside one of the fire grenade canisters and transported it to the warehouse.
He used one of the fire grenade canisters?
He says Nagito did it, but like it didn't have to be Nagito. Okay, but all of this just means there's no accomplice.
Yeah, the container with the poison
Hey,
in it
shiny
wasn't
20K.
secretly taken away by someone.
I was caught up in Hangman's Gambit, so I couldn't say hello when you popped in. Ugh.
Instead, it was in a container that didn't need to be taken away in the first place.
We're operating under a no spoilers territory here.
As long as he put the poison in the same container he brought to the warehouse, it can be hidden with the other fire grenades we used, so there's no need to dispose of the container later.
Okay. Okay, so this is different then. This is not, he put it in there and we threw it and then he died. Because he would have already been, well, I don't know. I don't know. The curtain, I guess, would have stopped it from getting close enough to him. Okay, so this makes sense.
Bastard. He totally knew we were gonna throw those fire grenades.
I guess he did. It was all Sonia's idea. Sonia directs a lot of the action that happens before a lot of things.
Which means, did Nagito exchange the contents of a fire grenade?
She explained some of it away, but I don't know.
That has to be it.
She's a little bit suspicious. Kazuichi's a little bit suspicious. I don't feel super confident about either of it.
When I first discovered those fire grenades, I tried to study them a little bit, but
Yeah, tell me about
the
this.
canister was completely sealed shut by a layer of aluminum underneath the lid.
Was it blue by any
You
chance?
just have to peel off that seal and swap the insides, right?
That is true, but there was no sign he was even at the break room.
Hold on. Did you say aluminum?
Hajime.
Could it be?
If so, then there's no mistake. Nagito definitely swapped the contents.
All
of
right,
one
now
of
we
the
know that
fire
it was him and
grenades.
not someone else. Probably. I mean, I don't know. If someone else did it, I don't know why he would
Seriously?
have.
That's impossible.
the
Miss
aluminum
Sonia
seal.
just said so right now.
Well, it's a really nice... The rule that's like no littering on the island seems so silly the first time, but like forcing the killer to not just throw away this piece of aluminum and have them keep it in their, like, somewhere
Sonia's words
and have
were
it
true.
incriminate them later
That
is
the
such...
poison was
It's a
swapped with the
nice
contents
twist.
of a fire grenade. Huh?
Sonia's words contain a clue that the contents of a fire grenade were swapped. All right, we just need to go grab it. It's this.
I can prove it with this. Take a look. We found this under Nagito's bed when we were investigating his cottage.
Why did she say aluminum and not aluminium? Oh, her cover's blown. I don't know where exactly she's from. It seems vaguely European, but it's kind of from nowherelandia or something like it.
Huh? That's just a piece of trash.
No. that
You're
is
just
not
a piece of trash.
The seal I saw on that fire grenade matched this. It is the same aluminum.
You found the aluminum seal under Nagito's bed?
There's more. That's not the only thing we found in Nagito's room. We also found a gas mask and gloves under his bed, too.
Did he use those when he put the poison inside the fire grenade?
It's a dangerous poison after all. He took extreme caution when swapping them.
So what's the issue? Nagito put the poison in the grenade canister, brought it with him, breathed it in, and died, right?
He's panicking again. Can't help but notice.
So in the end, he still fucking committed suicide. Enough already.
Why is he's on edge?
You're right.
Why? It's very suspicious. I got no evidence really, but just looking at him, he don't look right.
If the canister wasn't thrown away, then it just means that there wasn't an accomplice after all.
See, I told you. The conclusion is still the same. Nagito committed suicide. End of story.
I don't actually know how to keep going with this though.
I admit that there wasn't an accomplice. That was just my misunderstanding.
But
You're right. In actuality, the truth
Oh?
is even more horrifying.
Chiaki's ahead of me now.
What did you say?
Hey, what are you planning to say now?
What the hell? Do you still want to keep
More
going?
horrifying than an accomplice.
Is this not settled? There is no denying that Nagito's death was a suicide.
No, it's not.
Chiaki?
I'm sorry, but I just realized it.
Realized what?
We know Nagito used the grenade canister to store the poison. So when was it deployed in the warehouse? When did Nagito breathe in the poison? When I thought along those lines, that's when I realized.
I wish I could see that top-down view again, right? Like how far can the poison gas travel, right? Let's say someone throws a thing of poison at the curtain while it's burning. Is it so unreasonable to think that the poison gas wouldn't travel past the curtain into the back room?
Horrifying truth?
One of us. Maybe this is her point. It was one of us, and we were all throwing canisters.
It probably happened at the same time.
The moment the fire grenades were brought and the moment Nagito breathed the poison were the same. When we all threw the
I
grenades.
see! Are you saying it was when we all threw the fire grenades?
Yeah, I think so. When we all threw the grenades to put out the fire in the warehouse, the poison was deployed, and it converted to poison gas and killed Nagito.
So we don't know?
If that is true, then the person who brought the poison and spread it was...
I would argue that they were being manipulated by the mastermind behind the whole thing, which would still be Nagito.
What the heck?
One of us threw the poison grenade that killed Nagito?
Hold on a sec. Then Nagito was...
It would mean he didn't kill himself.
I don't know if that's true, but okay.
You said so yourself. You said Nagito committed suicide.
Then who killed Nagito?
You mean, who's the actual killer, right?
Do you know?
Who prepared the poison fire grenade that killed Nagito?
The person who prepared the poison grenade, I think, was Nagito.
I see! It was Nagito, obviously. We just discussed this a few minutes ago.
Then who set the warehouse fire that caused one of us to throw the poisoned grenade?
Nagito.
I see! That was also Nagito.
Hey, how many times are you gonna ask the same damn question?
The next question will be my last. Considering
Here
all
we
the
go.
facts up till now, why did Nagito set the warehouse on fire?
To get us to throw the poison.
I see! Don't tell me. He set the warehouse on fire just so we'd have to throw the fire grenades?
He set the fire just
I'm
so we
surprised
put
this
it
is the
out?
big twist. Like, obviously,
Why'd he do
yes.
that?
It was a trap.
A trap?
Preparing the poison. Creating a reason for us to throw the poison. It was all a setup by Nagito. It was all a trap to make one of us throw the poison grenade.
She's the Kyoko this time. She's usually the Kyoko, but yeah, you're right. She might as well take off her hoodie and put on that slick jacket with the collar.
Seriously, I'm asking you who threw it.
I don't know. The person who threw it probably didn't
Probably didn't know. But maybe they did.
Could it be? Was that Nagito's trap?
Snug, not smug.
This wasn't an intentional murder. This was a murder that Nagito forced someone to do. And for that reason, he put the fire grenade that he filled with poison with the other grenades. Setting up a murder nobody can solve. That was Nagito's true goal.
What? What the hell?
Nagito did not commit murder. Instead, he manipulated someone else into killing him?
To do that, he set a trap to force someone to kill him. The poison grenade and the fire were traps. That's why the curtain was the fire's origin point.
Why the fake suicide then?
All the fire grenades we threw at the curtain shattered once they fell to the floor. Because of that, Nagito, who was laying face up on the floor, was able to breathe in the dense poison. And then...
Hold on. If that's true, you can't say the poison was the cause of death.
He could have died from the poison, and then when he did, he let go of the spear. Even though rigor mortis is a thing, I don't know.
It might be the poison's fault he let go of the spear, but the actual cause of death could be either one.
Even so, the poison is what caused him to let go of the spear.
That's right! Nagito's killer is the one who made him breathe the poison!
Are you fucking serious?
The one who made him breathe the
Was his
poison.
trap all along?
I would argue that by tricking someone and swapping the material, the life-saving material for the life-killing material, that Nagito was the one who killed Nagito.
Even
But
the wounds all over his body. It was all to mess with the evidence for what actually happened.
a lot of these cases lay out all these facts, and then it comes down to this, like, but what did the rules say thing at the end.
His true goal was creating a murder that nobody can solve.
Except this time, nobody is even floating the idea that Nagito should still be responsible
He
here.
wanted to prove to us that there are mysteries that just can't be solved with educated guesses.
Oh, garlic bread.
He probably expected that his fake suicide would be found out. After all, a mystery that can be solved is destined to be solved in the end. However, he also prepared a mystery that couldn't be solved.
I mean, if this was just because he wanted to get our hopes up and then smash them, I guess that works. Notice how I did that? Notice how I used Nagito's nebulous definitions of and values of hope and despair to just explain away something? See how you can just do that when you write the character that way?
For those of you who believe there are no unsolvable mysteries, that is when you finally taste despair. Meaning, he used all of the prior class trial verdicts to prepare this trick. Not all mysteries can be solved. Such a devious trick he played on you, as expected of Nagito.
That's totally messed up. That's so fucked up.
It is my fault, because I told you all about the fire grenades. I am so sorry. Please vote me as the killer.
That's not the fucking issue here.
It's not Miss Sonia's fault. This is all Nagito's doing.
All right, we're finally going to talk about this.
What should we do?
Nope, we're
How
not.
could
All
we
right.
even figure out who the killer is?
It's impossible.
Impossible?
Nagito wanted to create a scenario where we couldn't make a decision. That's why we're at an impasse.
However, Monokuma also does not know who the killer is, right?
That's right. There's no way he'd be able to figure that out with just his surveillance cameras.
I mean, he could track which bottle it was and then just see who grabbed which bottle.
Monokuma doesn't know. His trial doesn't count. Isn't that right?
You know, I don't actually need stuff like cheap-ass surveillance cameras or whatever.
What?
I know perfectly well what's happening on this island at all
Is he just
times.
omniscient? Somewhat, at some point, maybe it was Monami or something, was like, he's become too powerful. Like, is he actually going into the realm of supernatural now?
I know you used the bathroom 3 times yesterday, Sonia. And one of those visits seemed to take a while.
Why you gotta call her out like that?
Please stop! I will never become queen!
They can't know about that
How can you?
dangerous poop.
I'm so chill. I mean, how can you
Gross.
have such an awful power?
So, of course this trial still counts. Do your very best to guess who the killer is.
Yes, he says. How the hell are we supposed to do that?
The last game has what you think is the last trial, and then throws this like gotcha thing.
Is giving up
I
all
wonder
we
if
can
maybe
do?
that's what we're heading towards.
No, it's too early to give up.
Is there any way to figure out who the killer is?
Even though it's just a hunch, it's possible that it's probably... There's one way, I think.
Okay.
Really?
Hey, is it alright if we look at Nagito's crime one more time from the beginning? I want to make sure my hunch is correct.
I don't know what. I don't know at all. This is all you, Chiaki.
Anyway, please.
Show me. Show me the way. Doesn't mean this trial is over yet. Even though I don't know who killed Nagito, it should be clear what kind of trap he set. Then I have to do it. Even if it leads to despair.
Got it. Let's do this then.
Oh. We're going to this. Okay. The poison from the shattered grenade is... Beyond the Monokuma panel is the lighter. Sneak attacking my left hand with the knife? I don't think that's relevant here. So the duct tape has to go on at some point. He doesn't have it on here. And he does have it on here, so it... Alright. Alright, I think the last one we're doing is we're taking this one, putting it here, or here. No, here. Oops, I let go of the cord. Yeah, I don't think that's it. Alright, that's the same as this, so that's not good. I'll grab the spear cord with my left hand. So it's... Oh, it is oops, I let go of the cord? Okay. Right here, I guess. Oops is weird, like a... a black silhouette in the comic. Oh, it is everyone, yeah. That's funny. Yeah, if it had everyone colored in except for the criminal. All right. I guess that's this. It's a little bit redundant with the panel above it, but okay. So we need the gas mask? No. Oh. Okay. Just like an establishing shot, there exist fire grenades. The video message is why we go to the warehouse. Right? Yeah. Yeah. Orange rope. Last stock. This is him getting the poison from the fridge first. And he had to take the seal off. Alright.
Here's everything that happened in this case. The person who actually arranged this incident was the victim, Nagito Komaeda.
Komaeda.
He kept a specific item inside his cottage that he needed for his plan. Monokuma's special poison, which he brought with him from the Octagon.
Shot. Foosh. Snug.
Using the gloves and gas mask that he got from the military base.
These are classic Batman levels of sound effects popping up on the screen. Peel. Gluck, gluck, gluck.
Nagito swapped the contents of a fire grenade he took from the plushie factory break room with that poison. When he did that, a specific item was left as evidence, the blue aluminum seal on the grenade. With that, Nagito finished making the poisoned fire grenade, took it with him to the factory.
It's kind of weird they have seals. I mean, I think the intention is that the bottle breaks. So, why not have something to prevent leak? Weak. Dadun.
And put it back with the rest of the grenades in the break room.
Dadun.
The next morning, Nagito appeared before us and declared that he hid a bomb somewhere. While we were looking for the bomb, that's when Nagito headed over to the goods warehouse. In order to set up a fire, Nagito arranged the Monokuma panels in a line going from the door to the curtain and placed an oil lighter in front of it. From there, Nagito set his insane plan in motion. First, he hung the spear that he took from Nezumi Castle from the ceiling girder by its cord. Then he tied his arms and legs at the back of the warehouse with rope. However, he burnt off the rope on his right arm beforehand. In doing so, he made sure that only his right hand was free, while his remaining arm and legs were tied up. As he gripped the tip of the rope hanging over the ceiling girder with his left hand, he lay down face up, just beneath the dangling spear. But this was just the beginning of Nagito's plan. And then, he did something no one could have predicted. First, he covered his mouth with duct tape, and after making sure he was unable to scream, he stabbed himself with the knife multiple times in his left arm and in both of his thighs. Finally, he propped the knife on the plushie and slammed his right hand onto the blade. He didn't just want us to think he was tied up. He also wanted us to think he'd been tortured. Through all this, Nagito never let go of the spear. His plan still wasn't over. In fact, it was just about to begin. Meanwhile, we finally arrived at the plushie factory and found Nagito's message. After seeing his message, we instantly made our way to the warehouse. But that was part of Nagito's plan. We opened the door to the warehouse, which inadvertently started the Monokuma panel domino effect. The panels fell one after another until they reached the lighter, tipped it over, and ignited the curtain. Shocked by the sudden fire, we rushed to the factory's break room to obtain some fire-extinguishing grenades. We then aimed for the fire's origin point, which was the curtain, and unloaded the entire supply. It never occurred to us that one of those grenades was the poison grenade that Nagito had prepared.
Swoosh.
The poison sank to the floor, instantly vaporizing due to the intense heat, and spread everywhere.
Which I guess is how the poison works, I don't know.
The poison gas quickly drifted to the curtain at the back of the warehouse, where Nagito was. Also, Monokuma's poison has a unique quality in which it becomes heavier than air when vaporized. That poison gas completely surrounded the area where Nagito lay face up on the floor. There, Nagito inhaled the poison, and if it didn't instantly kill him, he certainly lost consciousness. Which caused him to let go of the rope in his left hand, and the falling spear plunged into his stomach. This is all the information related to Nagito's plan. His true intention was to set one of us up as the killer. At this time, we still don't know who the killer is, because the killer wasn't aware they killed someone. Try as we might, we cannot reach that truth. That was Nagito's trap. In conclusion, the fact that we can't determine the killer's identity. This should be the truth behind Nagito's trap.
Alright, we just laid out all the details of why we are completely fucked. What do you think, Chiaki?
How about it, Chiaki? Will that help you figure out who the killer is? Chiaki?
Just as I thought. It's impossible, isn't it?
You say we just have to vote for someone?
What Hajime said is probably true. That's part of the reason why I thought it was a little strange.
You let me do that whole thing? Even though I had some kind of hole in there that you're about to...
Did Nagito really not care who the killer was?
Hmm.
He said this to us earlier.
It's gonna be fine. I'm pretty sure everything will work out in the end. After all, there's no way hope can lose. Absolute hope that can break through any despair can never lose in a place like this. And not only that, I believe in you all. I believe in the time we spent together.
That feeling of belief is at the heart of his trick. He believed we'd notice the fire grenades. He believed we'd try to extinguish the flames. And he believed we'd fall into his trap. By believing in us, Nagito was able to put his life-threatening plan into effect.
What do you mean, believe?
And what's wrong with that?
There's one more thing, remember? Something that Nagito believed in from the bottom of his heart. I want you to try to remember what that is.
No, this is the thing I'm worst at. I even just replayed the previous section before this stream. His talent. He explicitly puts himself in situations where the only thing that matters is getting lucky, and he counts on it working. So he believed that the one person
his talent as the ultimate lucky student.
he wanted to pick up the grenade would. Wow. So it's a question of who he wanted to be the killer. His ultimate luck.
Guess the last thing he could believe in was his own talent.
That's not so strange, really. Most of us here have been relying on the same thing.
But In his case, it was pretty remarkable, wasn't it?
So did he want it to be the
It
traitor?
almost seemed like he had blind faith in it.
And does our focus shift to then who is the traitor?
You're right. The same thing happened when he cleared the final dead room at the funhouse.
Wasn't life-threatening at all. It's just a little escape game that ended with some Russian roulette. Load 1 bullet into a gun, and he went and loaded 5. And this is the shit Celeste should have been doing? Yeah, she never gambled once. To be fair though, maybe she didn't want to gamble against the ultimate lucky student. Maybe she knows firsthand just how bad you can get beat by someone who is lucky. You're right though, she should have had some kind of element of chance or gambling or something. Did the same thing when the first killing happened at the old building near the hotel. Depended on his luck and was able to get cleaning duty just as he wanted.
But his luck doesn't have anything to do with the case this time, right?
I just thought it was strange that it doesn't connect to anything.
Oh. Did I finally get back ahead of Chiaki?
He factored in his belief in us. But for some reason, he didn't factor in his own luck. No, there's no way. I mean, this is Nagito we're talking about.
What did he do?
That's true. This game does go further with what the ultimate person is able to do. I mean, Leon's baseball talent to hit that thing from 30 meters away through the bars with a one-chance glass orb.
You know, he wasn't just after
Even getting the
anybody.
clothes through afterwards. You gotta be pretty
Probably
good.
had a target. A target he was aiming for all along. A person to set up as the killer.
A target? Who?
The target's true identity. Even Nagito didn't know it. That's why he relied on being the ultimate lucky student and incorporated that luck into his plan.
Alright, so Chiaki's caught up to me
As
now.
long as he had his luck, he believed the target he was after would pick up the fire grenade.
You mean he left his plan to luck?
He risked his life for that?
He probably risked his life just so his ultimate
Yeah,
luck
Chihiro's
could
AI
decide
is
this.
ridiculous, that's true.
Who is it? Who's the target Nagito was after?
I don't even have to ask. I should already know what the answer is. The traitor.
That's it. The traitor. Nagito was after the
I have
traitor.
no idea who the traitor is.
Then he relied on his luck to weed out the traitor?
Nagito didn't know who the traitor was until the very end. All he could do was rely on his own luck.
Something about Sonya seems like her whole personality is like constructed,
Then
but I can't tell if
what
that's
he
just
said in
the
his
way that
video message.
there are wacky characters in these games or not. So I just have this slight vibe with her. Won't work with just any student handbook. I guess the only thing we know now is that it isn't Chiaki, because she's the only one who scans her handbook. Hey, Blue Diamond. We're getting to the very end of this trial. He found out who the traitor was after secretly monitoring everyone's activity. A little annoyed they never came forward.
So he was just bluffing.
That's probably true. By that
If
point,
Nagito's
the
luck is so
plan
good,
had
he could have
already
just
been
put
in
everyone's
motion.
name in a hat and pulled one. Yeah. There's the Wheel of Time books. It's the huge fantasy series of novels. They're very long-winded, so I don't know if I necessarily recommend them wholeheartedly for anyone to read, but if you like slow-paced fantasy stories with a lot of political intrigue, not all that much unlike Game of Thrones, a little more lighthearted and a little more a little longer, a lot longer. Then the Wheel of Time series might be something you're interested in. Anyway, there's 3 characters who are Taverin, who are, they're the chosen ones, basically. And their whole thing is that they influence the pattern, which is like everything that happens in the world is threads being woven into a pattern, being spun by the Wheel of Time. This is sort of the imagery everyone has in their head. And the Taverin pull the pattern around themselves and twist it, and so fate gets twisted in all these strange ways around these characters, and that manifests in different ways. And one of the characters is Matt Cawthon, I think his name is, and his whole thing is he has extreme luck, and the more he leans into his luck, the crazier it gets. So like there's a part where like he needs to navigate a maze, so he just starts throwing dice and following the direction that he goes. I wonder how far Nagito's abilities would take him in this way. Just as Nagito said at the beginning. Who do I think is the traitor? As a very slight guess, Sonya, but I got basically nothing to go on. It's probably pretty obvious, but I'm operating under a no spoilers playthrough here. It's my first time. Oh man, how are we going to approach this? The reason this took so damn long, was it really because we didn't believe in him?
If he just wanted to out the traitor, he didn't have to go this far and make that person the killer. Damn it! We're all in a huge bind because of that.
It means he wants us to beat the traitor.
The traitor is Nico, apparently.
By finding out who the traitor is, our hopes will shine even brighter by overcoming that despair.
Kazuichi's voice actor sounded a little weird there.
That's something he'd say.
Mon ami, it looks like you've got something you want to say. But you better just keep your mouth shut.
Why would she listen to him?
And that concludes my argument. Nagito's plan was to make the traitor kill him. What are you gonna do? Are you guys gonna believe me?
He relied on his luck to aim for a target, but he didn't even know who he was aiming for. It sounds way too unbelievable to have actually happened,
The only thing we can do is believe.
If we don't, then we'd just be relying on our luck when we cast our votes.
An ultimate lucky student we ain't.
But even if we do believe, what should we do? I mean, if we don't know who the target is, there's no way we can even vote.
You are absolutely right. It is hard to think the traitor would reveal themselves now.
If, by chance, the traitor revealed themselves during that bomb scare, what would have happened? Would it have stopped Nagito from acting so reckless?
How would he even know? Let's say they scan their thing, I guess the fireworks going off is his cue to know that the traitor did not come forward. And then he can execute his everything. But if the time comes and he doesn't hear the fireworks, he knows the traitor came forward. And then maybe he can back out of it. He can grab the knife, he can cut the ropes, he can stand up and stop the domino.
Huh?
But they
You think she's
couldn't-
talking about earlier? The bomb scare. Oh, yeah, earlier.
Because they weren't created to do that.
Chiaki?
Created.
What's wrong, Chiaki? Get a hold of yourself.
That's why I...
You want us to guess?
There is a robot.
Yeah, I want you to guess.
What? What does that mean?
Who do you think it is, Hajime? Who do you think the Future Foundation sent to infiltrate your group as the traitor?
She's talking like it's her.
Why?
A traitor who's not allowed to think that they're different from everyone else.
Why?
A traitor who can only interact with everyone as a traitor.
Why?
Because that's the nature of their existence. They can only exist as a traitor.
Seriously, why?
Who do you think is the traitor?
Oh no.
Hajime, please.
her notebook didn't... She scanned it, though. And it didn't stop. I don't know how Nagito could rig that to be a traitor detector, so I don't know whether to trust it. But she seems like the one person it couldn't be. But she's certainly fucking talking like it's her. And again, I can't look at the log or the evidence or anything.
It's... you? Chiaki, you're the traitor?
Please! Hold on!
Aw, you totally guessed right. Just as expected. Yep, you're correct. I'm the traitor. The agent sent by the Future Foundation to hide among you all is me.
Damn it, why? This is, I mean, this nonsense is, why? Why does this make sense?
Hey, Chiaki, are you being serious right now?
What exactly about it makes sense?
Chiaki is the traitor? That is a lie, right? Surely you must be joking.
My take on this case, the temperature of good or bad, it's good. The fake suicide, the relying on his luck thing is really good with the bombs. I never... There were plenty of times during the trial where I had to stop and think about it, but once I did, it made sense. Like
I'm sorry. It's the truth.
This is the one thing that's kind of coming out of nowhere.
Hey.
I mean, she's a bit spacey or whatever, so like...
What does this mean?
I don't know, all these other characters are larger than life.
Up till now, you've been tricking
In all kinds
us?
of other ways.
We were not tricked.
If the traitor is a robot who has to follow rules, why is she suddenly now allowed to reveal herself?
After all, we have been working together all this time. We have been helping each other all
I
this
haven't
time.
ruled out that you can pick multiple people at that point, and it's like a branching path, and I'm gonna head down a bad path right now or something, and then I'm gonna have to cycle back around and be like, no, that's not what happened.
Future Foundation. That is obviously a lie.
Please, wait! The Future Foundation isn't what you think it is!
Shut the fuck up! We're talking to Chiaki!
I feel like Monomi's got something important to say.
No, I have nothing more to say.
Why?
Because we already know the killer's true identity. So the only thing left to do is vote.
Hold on. We're not satisfied yet. If you say you are the traitor, please provide an explanation that will help us understand.
It does bother me a little bit that no one has offered up the argument that because Nagito created all of these conditions himself, he is the mastermind, he is responsible for all of the murder, and not whoever threw the thing. Considering that has been at the core of like 2 of the previous cases, or
We cannot vote until
at least
we are
1 of the previous
satisfied.
cases.
That is what you said earlier, Chiaki.
Hey, if you're really the traitor, why'd you wait till now to reveal yourself?
Like maybe Monokuma makes a ruling that it's not Nagito, it is someone else, right? But at least address it. I'd like that.
It's weird, isn't it? Waiting until right now to out yourself.
Yeah, this part doesn't make sense.
It's definitely strange, right? Or
Why?
rather, why was I
Able
to
to
do
do that? Because she wasn't able to do it before because her programming was telling her to blend in.
Maybe I wanted to protect everyone, no matter the cost.
The robotic laws state that you have to protect humans before protecting yourself or whatever, right?
Hey, Hajime, can you do me a small favor?
Favor? Me?
I want you to prove to them that I'm the traitor.
Okay.
What? What are you saying? Why do I have to do that?
I want to explain everything to you guys, but as I expected, that's rather difficult. That's why the only thing I can do is plead with you. I want you to do it. I believe you can prove it.
Whether I can prove it or not, that's not the problem. Don't you understand? You may as well be asking me to kill you. There's no way I can do that.
I'm very sorry, but this is the only way. So please.
I'd like to think that he's saying all this because he's like, no, I couldn't possibly kill you, but what he's doing is he's hiding the fact he doesn't know how to prove she is the traitor.
Looks like we gotta do what we can. It's not like I believe she's the traitor. There's just no way we can ignore this without confirming it.
If she was just disguised or something, this would have been a heck of a lot easier for us to understand, but...
Can we just go walk up and take her faceplate off or something?
She's not disguised at all.
Hmm.
Because Chiaki isn't the traitor.
Oh.
Monami?
Too bad. I'm not part of the same group as that girl.
Oh.
I don't know anything about that girl at all.
Hey, are you trying to cover for her like that? You suck!
I've always been alone.
What is going on?
Friends. Anywhere. That's why I have no relation to Chiaki whatsoever.
Hajime, you're going to listen to my request, right?
Chiaki isn't my friend. I hate Chiaki so much.
Monami and Chiaki's relationship. Proving it here. Is that the only way? I mean, we have this notebook. We have the Hope's Peak Academy roster. Panic Talk action. I know we have a couple new viewers. You should know that I'm really bad at this.
Let's all get along. I won't let you. Let's all get along. First open and mix. I can't lose. Hajime, you stupid face. I won't let you. First open
I did
and
it.
mix. I'll lower your grades. Disappear. Hajime, you stupid face.
Oh my god.
Let's all get along. I'll lower your grades. Hajime, you stupid face. Chiaki and I aren't best friends.
Monami's notebook.
This is the end.
Always a fun part to get to watch. It's such a mess. I really don't like it. First of all, if I press to the beat, it's not in sync. I have to like visually look at the screen, and then I can't look at anything else that's happening. I think the minigames, that minigame is a mess. But here we go. Here we go. The notebook apparently is
Your
Chiaki's.
notebook, right? The one Nagito stole from you.
I don't know.
Why do we know that this is Chiaki?
Don't tell me. Is that where the traitor's true identity is written?
That's right! Since I knew something like this would happen, I made sure to bring it here today.
How forward-thinking of you. What was... There was a page in there that, like, made me go, like, what? And I don't remember... I remember not understanding why.
Give me that notebook.
I was able to talk to everyone for the first time today. Monokuma showed up and things turned bad. Yaki is the leader. A lot of things happened today, so everyone's tired.
What is this?
Monami's diary?
Is this Monami's diary?
Is the traitor's identity written in here?
Nagito was probably looking for that too. So that might be why he stole the notebook. But you wouldn't know who the traitor is just by reading this notebook. Of course, Nagito wouldn't know either. However, it's different.
It's different from me, he says.
No?
It took me this long, but I finally understand.
The truth is, I might have already known the moment I found this notebook. It's just, I wanted to turn my eyes from the truth it contained. But now I clearly know. I can't help but know.
First of all, this isn't Monami's diary. Apparently she
We know
can't
that. I don't know what Hajime knows.
Then the one who wrote this is...
someone connected to Monami. Meaning, it's not a mistake to think that the traitor wrote it.
If so, is this like a report that the traitor was sending to Monami?
Is it evidence that they were observing our actions and reporting to Monami?
But how would you know who the traitor is from that?
Because there's an entry written in here that only me and
Yeah.
one other person would know.
I missed this. It was the final dead room. Chiaki came to stop me from going to the final dead room. That's it. No one else knew that this happened. I missed it. It was right there in front of me and I missed it.
In the notebook, there was a specific entry.
Once you assume that it's not Monami who's writing it, it has to be someone else, and then it can only be her. Hajime tried to go in the final dead room today.
There it is. It's true. I tried to go inside the final dead room, but the only one who knew that.
Here she is. You won't find what you're looking for.
That's right. The only person who knew that is Chiaki. That's why Chiaki is the only person who could have possibly written about this.
And Chiaki's never mean to Monami? Oh, that's a nice touch.
There must be some mistake. I mean, if Chiaki is the traitor, what was all that time we spent with her? Was that all a lie too?
Miss Sonia.
Chiaki is... She is being controlled by Monokuma. That is why we should help her.
And that's not right.
I'm not satisfied either. I mean, if you were the traitor, there's no way you'd do something so stupid when we found the bomb.
Yeah, she scans the thing. So I just accepted that this thing would work. And it's like, well, it's stupid to think that he would be able to make it work, but he makes like the laptop working automatically, like the fact that he's able to rig this car up to do what it does, like I'm already suspending my disbelief a lot to allow for all of that, right? To go further and say that this notebook would detect the traitor didn't seem like such a leap.
Now that you mention it, Chiaki immediately went to the card reader with her handbook.
She tested it out right away after being told it would only react to the traitor's handbook.
That doesn't make any sense. A traitor would be more cautious than that.
Unless she was trying to save everyone.
Chiaki probably knew the bomb was a fake.
Or that.
That's why she also knew Nagito's trap was a bluff.
She knew?
Monokuma never told anyone. Monami knew. Monami could have told her, I guess.
That is a mistake! That must be a mistake! Why are you saying such things? Do you really want Chiaki to be the traitor?
Of course I don't.
Of course not.
I will not believe it! I refuse to believe Chiaki is a traitor! There is just no way!
I don't want to believe it either. I don't want to believe, but...
Then nobody will be saved.
What? Where are we going with this? I think we need to get into Monokuma's account.
Chiaki is not the traitor!
When we were trying to turn off the bomb, didn't Chiaki use the card reader right away?
If she's a traitor, she would have been more cautious.
There's no way Chiaki would have known if that bomb was fake or not. The only person who knew it was a fake was me, when I tried to detonate it.
Unless you know a whole lot about bombs, there's no way you know if it's fake just by looking at it.
Hold on, my evidence. Which one is it that says what I need? Monami knows that they're fake. It's in Sonia's account herself. She's I need to contradict her with her own account, I think. Monami was peeking at the whole thing. Okay.
When we were trying to turn off the bomb,
That's funny, because it shows how irrational she's being.
didn't Chiaki use the card reader right away?
If she's a traitor, she would have been more cautious.
There's no way Chiaki would have known if that bomb was fake or not. The only person who knew it was a fake was me when I tried to detonate.
That's not it.
That's not it.
That's not it. Sonia shouldn't have been the only one who knew it was a fake. Monami was also there when you found out the bomb at the military base wasn't real. You said so yourself.
Is that true, Miss Sonia?
Chiaki heard about it from Monami. That's why she knew the bomb was a fake.
Since I've been found out, I'll just confess. The reason I couldn't tell anyone I knew the bomb was a fake was because if I had said that, I would have had to explain how I heard about it from Monami.
I did not want to hear that!
Oh.
Enough already. Please do not say another word.
Sonia's breaking my heart
I
here.
do not want this anymore. I am so very tired of doubting people.
Sonia.
And just because she knew the bomb was a fake does not mean we should decide she is the traitor!
What if all of the statements that appear here that you need to cut down, it's like 1 slash for each, because they're so half-hearted. I think we need Monokuma's account this time.
Even if she knew the bomb was fake.
Nope, that's pretty tough.
That does not prove Chiaki is the traitor. If that counts as evidence, I should be doubted too. After all, I also knew the bomb was fake.
I'm out of cuts. Is the first one just bait? It's too strong? You don't want to cut that one? She's panicking pretty badly. I won't have enough words if I counter her right away. Might be best to wait for Sonia's words?
Even if she knew the bomb was fake, that does not prove Chiaki is the traitor. If that counts as evidence, I should be doubted too. After all, I also knew the bomb was fake.
Knowing it was a fake isn't the problem. What matters is who told her. What matters is that she heard about it from Monami.
There was someone other than me and Monami who knew that bomb was fake.
I needed to wait.
That someone is Monokuma. Monokuma said so earlier, correct? He knows everything about this island.
Well, no, he does know everything about this. Alright.
There was someone other than me and Monami
It's so dramatic, though.
who knew that bomb was fake. That someone is Monokuma. Monokuma said so earlier, correct? He knows everything about this. Monokuma probably told Chiaki that it was fake beforehand.
You're right. Monokuma probably knew the bomb was a fake. But Monokuma shouldn't have told anyone either.
I wonder. You should know it wasn't from the military base. The bombs there are all fakes. I thought if I kept quiet, it would foreshadow a killing. That's why I'm telling you just now for the first time.
That... Monokuma may have just been lying.
No, he won't lie at times like this. You already know that.
Mm-hmm.
Hajime, are you going to believe Monokuma over Chiaki?
Chiaki is also saying that she is the traitor.
That's not it.
It's just, even if Chiaki is the traitor, is it really okay to vote for her?
I mean, it depends on how we believe about this argument about luck making it her.
That basically just means we have to believe in Nagito's luck,
Yeah.
right?
That's not it.
Are you telling us to trust his luck? Are you telling us to entrust our lives to that bastard?
There's no way I can believe in Nagito.
If we put all our hopes on his ultimate ability, does he not posthumously become the ultimate hope?
I'm telling you that's not it. We shouldn't believe in Monokuma or Nagito. We have to believe in Chiaki.
Huh?
It doesn't matter who the traitor is. Even if Chiaki is the traitor, that's not the Chiaki I know. I believe in the Chiaki who's been with us this whole time. That Chiaki is saying she wants to protect us with her life. So the only thing we can do is believe her. If we don't, nobody's going to be saved.
Damn it.
Hey, can you listen to me a little?
Yeah, I was hoping you would say something instead of me putting all these words in your mouth.
There's nothing to be sad about, you know? 'Cause this is different from what happened before. Unlike before, you guys don't have to stay alive by doubting someone. You guys can stay alive by believing in me.
Are you telling us to believe in you and sacrifice you? That is just too cruel.
I'm sorry.
Chiaki!
Monami, I'm sorry too. You're probably gonna get scolded by a lot of different people for this, but still, I want to protect everyone by any means.
I guess the Future Foundation has a lot of different people in it.
And I'm happy that I'm able to do that.
It's not up to me to decide whether that's right or wrong. However, I believe it's truly amazing that you were able to think like that. We could even call this a miracle.
I really don't like that this really big revelation is coming from someone doing this voice.
Hey, what have you two been talking about? Everyone's jaws are dropping, you know?
I think the miracle is that the AI is learning to care.
It's voting time, right?
Hey, Chiaki.
You don't have to worry. Believe in me, and cast your vote.
Damn it!
Why did it end up like this?
Couldn't they just build another Chiaki? Put her memories in? She gets to stay? Chiaki 2.0? That's where I'm putting my hopes. Did I finally get an A? Probably not. That 50 was really bad. Ah, it's so hard to get the A. You gotta be perfect? Dang. 3 Aki. That's right. We'll skip 2. I feel the same as everyone else. A is impossible. Is it literally 100? I think it might be on everything. There's no way I can agree to this. Emptiness, loneliness, sadness. But most of all, I'm ashamed of my weakness. But even so, I have to move forward. If we believe in the person who's urging us forward, then we have to start walking and believe with as much hope as possible in what lies ahead. Wow. I don't actually know why I'm selecting someone, but I know who I'm selecting. That's the first time I have to vote for someone, right? I wonder if I could just twist it over to Nagito and be like, nah, it was really his fault. Now this is the bad ending, and I gotta go back and redo it. Well, we'll see. Man, I'm pooped. Let's go ahead and announce the result. The traitor from the Future Foundation and Nagito Komayada's killer is Chiaki Nanami.
Damn it!
Are you serious? That was correct? The fact that Chiaki was a traitor, the fact that Nagito's crime depended entirely on his luck. Everything was true.
Damn it.
Plus, that means that bastard managed to pull it off.
Congratulations, everyone.
Damn it.
Damn it!
Chiaki, let me ask you one more time. Are you really part of the Future Foundation? An agent of the organization that brought us to this island? Is that really your true identity?
I'm sorry I didn't tell you guys.
What?
That is...
Cannot believe it, even though I do not want to believe it. There is no choice but to believe, right?
I'm sorry.
It would have been better if I could have said it sooner, but I couldn't say it, no matter what.
'Cause...
Can't betray the Future Foundation. Can't betray.
Well?
Even if you want to fly, you can't, right? Even if you want to swim where you please, you can't, right? It's the same for me. Due to the nature of my existence, I will never be able to betray the future Foundation. Here we go. In the end, you did something similar. What you did is no different than sharing the secret yourself. You're right.
Why?
Now's not the time to be laughing.
Well,
But strangely enough, I don't have any regrets. In fact, I'm somewhat happy. I was able to think I wanted to protect everyone. That's why I feel proud of my actions. You're still saying things I don't get, but if we ask you anything, you're just not gonna answer, right? Like if we ask you why you were in the Future Foundation and stuff.
I'm sorry. That is...
Even if you were a traitor, you never betrayed us. Chiaki, you will always be our friend, even now. We don't blame you for this. That's why you don't need to apologize.
Yeah.
Yeah, the mastermind who engineered it thing, like, I've been saying it all throughout the trial. It's a little... They should... I think that they could have handled it. They could have had someone say, like, hold on, Nagito's clearly still responsible for this, right? And then Monokuma can come in and have some kind of reason for why, like, no, actually, it's gotta be this, like, you know. Or he'll straight up say, like, I know it's unfair that I'm gonna rule differently on this one than I did before, but that's what I'm gonna do. What are you gonna do about it, right? Like, they could have addressed it that way, and they didn't. You think relying on the luck? It does mean you have to accept this sort of supernatural luck element, right? You suspend your disbelief when the swordswoman footstools her sword on the bamboo bag or whatever, right? Like the game stretches what you imagine these ultimate people are able to do more and more. And then, but Nagito's luck really just seems like magic. So you do have to also be willing to go along with that. I'm treating this game like a roller coaster, so if it takes a left turn, I just say, okay, we're going left, like a...
Like...
About that. Was that really Nagito's goal? Is it really okay to say he was trying to find the killer and eliminate them? If so, isn't it strange? Strange.
So...
I mean, we nearly lost, right? And if Chiaki hadn't said anything, we definitely would have lost. You've raised a good point. That's exactly it. Even though Nagito said he would weed out the traitor, he never said he would kill the traitor.
Yes, indeed.
You successfully stopped Nagito's plan. I mean, Nagito's plan was to reveal the traitor and kill everyone else besides the traitor. As in, we wouldn't figure out who it was, and we would vote for him, and then the traitor gets away with it.
Are you serious?
Huh?
Yeah, it's tough. Like I use that roller coaster metaphor, but at the same time, these games are about using logic to deduce truth, right? So you can't just ignore logic and deductions on certain, like, I mean, you kind of do, I guess. You kind of have to pick and choose what you want to analyze and take apart and what you want to just let happen. Why would he do something like that? To form a plan that only the traitor would survive. Is that bastard really that twisted?
Nope.
They did do a lot of work to show how Nagito's luck works. On multiple occasions. And that he leans into it to make it work for him, right? They did set that up.
Well,
It's not just Nagito's fault. If the circumstances had been different, he probably wouldn't have taken things so far.
Chiaki.
You really are a kind-hearted person. You think so? I wonder where you got your personality from.
perhaps.
Maybe our dad and our big... Yeah, she does talk about her dad in like an abstract sense, huh? That makes more sense, knowing she's a robot. That's another big thing I could have latched onto, I suppose. Monokuma could be lying. He definitely does lie about stuff like this. He lied about Sakura's true intentions. He just like left out part of her note. He took away her entire suicide note and replaced it with a fake one. And then revealed some of it and then held some of it back.
Hey,
Don't go talking about your family all of a sudden. That's totally ripping off Teru Teru.
I can't lose.
Just like Chiaki and everyone else, even if I know it's a fight I cannot win, I must try to retaliate.
huh?
Retaliate? Oh.
I will no longer let you do as you please.
Monomi's big move. Here she goes. She's doing a Chaozu.
Stupid! Stop!
She's gonna
What are
explode.
you doing?
As they say, we shall die
I knew it.
together.
It is a Dragon Ball reference. She self-destructed?
What'd you say?
What's going on? Monokuma, like,
No.
I'm not dead. A new one fucking came out. That surprised me. If only I didn't have a spare, I would have died.
Can't lose.
What? She's got spares too. Oh, they both got... We saw all her spares. Wait.
I don't need you.
How many times? She's got like 10 spares. How many does he have?
Stop it, I say! I'm sorry, I lose! Forgive me!
This is goofy, but I guess they had to do this because they already established he has multiples.
Hey,
Not yet. If you don't stop right now, it's all gonna be destroyed.
I won't forgive you.
I'm doing it so you'll all be destroyed. I will be the one to protect my students.
I won't let
Monomi,
you.
you...
Hey,
How many of you are still there? You might as well come out all at once.
Ooh,
Ooh.
how exciting!
Not that much. Just around 10 to the 60. Oof. I think we were talking about this recently on Jorf's stream. The number of atoms in the universe, I think, is something like 10 to the 80. So we're almost getting into that territory. If there are 10 to the 60, how many atoms do each of them have? How much of a significant portion of all the atoms in the universe is Monokuma's?
What?
1 million, 110, 100, 1000, 10,000, 1 million, billion, trillion, quadrillion. Jump ahead and then 10 to the 60. 10 to the 60th power.
hey.
Still joking around. You sure have quite the daring spirit.
Dad.
Still not even like 1%. Well, I mean, how many atoms are in a single thing? Not 1 to the 20 or whatever, right? So still, a lot of the universe, I think, is Monokuma's. We know this now. 10 to the 60 minus 2. You're right. What are you even saying anymore? Didn't you see that scene? Yeah, so these do work as his backups. They're not just plushies, I guess. The Monokuma manufacturing facility.
That's wrong.
I checked them with my own hands. They're just plushies.
Damn it!
You're just bluffing. Monomi, finish him off. Monomi, kill yourself. Even if it's just a plushie, as long as you give it Monokuma's personality, it becomes a fully developed Monokuma. Okay, are we getting into the supernatural again here? What did you say? At least one white atom and one black atom. You would need him to be made of a lot more atoms than he's actually made of. There's no way that's possible. It's not even magic. Magic, huh?
Could it be?
Have you already obtained that much power? She said this earlier. He's getting stronger. He can't be contained. Who is he? What's going on? If you bring up magic so suddenly, we're gonna be confused. Unless you mean magic in a technological sense, we won't understand this at all.
Hey.
What's going on? Don't tell me they're not gonna call this magic or something. I don't care how you interpret it.
In the end, even if Monomi risks her life or does whatever, it doesn't matter to my army of 10 to the power of 60 strong! There's no value in that life you're risking. So how about this? This overwhelming despair! Does it make you dizzy from excitement? What's this?
How many Monomies are left to challenge my army of 10 to the 60? You don't have to say anything, you know. Let's see, you just have 10 more left, right? I know everything! I'm the conqueror of the new world! Even if I have no chance of winning,
Okay, Monomi. Well,
It's not about giving up, you know.
let's believe in them.
Let's believe in everyone, and leave the rest to them.
Right?
Damn it.
Do not know for certain, but the only thing I can say is...
Please listen!
Monokuma is an enemy of the Future Foundation.
Like,
Does that mean there's another organization that's our enemy besides the Future Foundation? I feel like this has been known since Chapter 3, right?
this is bad.
We're in this situation because we're caught up in a dispute between these two organizations? Okay, that's it. Let's just leave that talk for later. Because of the wonderful things he does, but we're off to see the punishment. Hold on, just a little more time. To wait or not to wait, that is the question. But which will cause more despair? That's the real question. If you think about it, you'd know, right? There's no way I'd wait. But I haven't...
I'm sorry.
Regardless, there's nothing else I can say. I'm not allowed to say anything more than I already have.
Now then, I prepared a very special punishment.
The ultimate gamer.
Special bleeding service.
Monomi, too.
Huh?
Why even Monomi? It's just a 2-for-1 special. I could have killed that thing anytime I wanted since she's not a student. And also, I don't need anybody that will defy me anymore.
Uh-huh.
Also, I remember now. I'm an only child.
That is...
Even if I'm here, I'd just be a burden anyway. Not just that. I've decided to believe in everyone.
You guys,
I'm sorry
I'm
about...
sorry about so many things. I'm sorry for lying to you. I'm sorry I couldn't protect you to the very end.
Just one last time, let me say something that makes me sound like a teacher. There's no need to be a hero. You don't have to force yourself just to make people acknowledge you. When you do that, you end up blaming yourself, blaming other people, and feeling jealous of everyone. But still, it doesn't have to be like that.
What is she talking about? I feel like this doesn't have anything to do with... Is she talking to us or Chiaki, even?
Even if people don't acknowledge you, you just have to be someone that you can be proud of. 'Cause you yourself are your biggest supporter. If you can learn to love yourself, that love will continue to support you for the rest of your life. Love, love.
Aww.
Bye, everyone. It's okay. A shining future will always be waiting for you. It's true. It's absolutely true. 'Cause I know.
Bye-bye. Please don't forget about your teacher.
Let's give it everything we've got. It's punishment time!
You too, Monomi. The ultimate gamer. What if she got Soko banned to death? Space Invaders. Ultimate Gamer Chiaki Nanami's execution. He is terrible at this. What? They're doing a Crash Bandicoot now? Tetris. What is that block? What? Five-sided shapes? This is truly evil. And then he only clears 3 lines? That's not a Tetris. Legally distinct Tetris. Maybe they literally had to make it different. Woof. Even until the very end, I couldn't look away from Chiaki's final moments. Beatrice. Without realizing it, I had fallen to my knees. A feeling of powerlessness spread throughout my body. It's over. It just had to end. Before I could ask what I needed to ask, before I could say what I needed to say, Chiaki vanished before my eyes, and I couldn't even tell her thank you. If I had said that, would she have been comforted a little? If she was executed as the traitor, would she have been comforted a little? I don't know. My chest just hurt.
I don't believe it!
Such a big surprise! As for Chiaki, she regularly took on the role of point man during the class trials, as did Nagito too. And not only was she the traitor, she was Nagito's killer too! Don't worry about it. There won't be any more situations where you'll need to rely on them. Now that the annoying rabbit is gone as well, all of the obstacles that have been keeping us stuck on this island are completely gone. Are you serious? We can really leave the island?
I shall now present.
Congratulations! With this, I shall announce the end of the Killing School trip. For you 5 who've survived up until now, I shall give you the right to graduate. Thank you all for your hard work. Are you really okay with that? What do you mean? There are still 2 days left. If you were acting like your usual self, you would be setting things up so another killing happens right away. You're right. Stop it. I can't believe after all these murders, I still have these 2 characters who I just give the same voice. Stop it. What are you saying? What if Mr. Monokuma changes his mind? Also, you said you 5, like you were emphasizing that part. Does the number of people matter more than the remaining time? That's why you're saying it's the end already, even though there's still 2 days left, right?
Huh?
What matters that there are 5 people left? You planning to make a volleyball team?
Stupid fool!
You need 6 people for volleyball. Don't stay quiet, say something. What's your actual purpose? You're our enemy and an enemy of the Future Foundation, so what's your true identity?
Hey,
If the Future Foundation is the world ender, then I will end the new world that the Future Foundation has created. Huh?
No!
Did you miss the thing? You missed the execution. You'll just have to look forward to the rest after the countdown ends. That timer has almost reached 0 because you've been in here for 2 days, I guess. They did a Space Invaders and then they ran away from a rolling ball, not unlike a Crash Bandicoot, and then a Tetris block got dropped on her. The Future Foundation's lame plan will be nothing but toilet bubbles.
Hey,
When that time comes, you'll know everything. You'll see all of your questions answered in one go. And then you guys will find out for yourselves just how messed up this new world is.
Hey!
It was a big Pac-Man? I did see a little bit of, like, it looked more like a Chain Chomp. But I don't know. It was a lot. I thought those were like rocks, not dots. Don't go saying new shit all of a sudden.
Yep.
Just think of the remaining 2 days until the countdown reaches 0 as a bonus. Pac-Man is a better route to go. Chain Chomps are the same thing as Pac-Man. If you want to reference some of the greatest video games of all time, Space Invaders and Tetris, and then throw in Crash Bandicoot, you're right. Doesn't belong. It's gotta be Pac-Man. Your hopeless lives back home will be waiting for you. They didn't voice the second laugh. Monokuma's boisterous laughter carried on for what felt like forever. Our questions, our worries, our sadness were simply ignored. The laughter just kept going. Forever. As for what we did afterwards, honestly, it doesn't matter at all. But I need more hope shards. I turned to my cottage for the time being and fell asleep. Even after I woke up, my will to move my body didn't come back. That's why I didn't look back on everything that happened up till now. I didn't think about what was going to happen. I just kept praying that nothing else would happen, and burrowed deep into my sheets as if I were trying to hide. In doing so, I was somehow trying to endure the long day. And then the sun finally set. It is just gonna keep me in my room the whole time, huh? The day feels abnormally long when you spend it praying that nothing happens. Which reminds me, I haven't heard Monokuma's announcement. I guess that isn't needed anymore. Is everything really going to end? What is everything anyway? How far? How much is everything? If we leave this island, is everything going to end? There's still so much we don't know. About our school memories, the Future Foundation, Hope's Peak Academy, Monokuma's true purpose. Can we really end this and turn our back on all of that? And not just that. If we're really leaving, then where are we going? To Hope's Peak Academy? That was my last night at Jabberwock Island. At a place where my worries didn't even matter. Everything was about to end. This timer's so crazy. Why does it do this? I feel like I had a fun dream, somehow. I think it was about my childhood. Because of that, I was able to face the day with a somewhat happier feeling than usual. That's right. It's the last day. According to Monokuma. Suddenly, my body shuddered. Right when I opened my eyes, I was gripped by a fear that I had never felt before. A fear like I had been abandoned in this world. Completely, utterly alone. With nobody left on this island. Kazuichi, Fuyuhiko, Akane, Sonia. Like everyone was gone and I couldn't find them anywhere. I suddenly couldn't believe in anything. Like everything in this world was nothing but lies. Ugh! I rushed out of the cottage, desperate to escape that fear. I rushed out of the cottage, desperate to escape that fear. I rushed out of the cottage, desperate to escape that fear. I rushed out of the... What? What? When I left the cottage, I randomly ran into her. Ah, Hajime, good timing. What do you mean? Remember Nagito's video message that we found at the factory? Yeah, when we were dealing with the bomb ruckus. What about it?
Well?
Apparently there was more to the message inside that laptop.
Yep.
We weren't able to see it until a day or so had passed. Apparently it was locked by a timer. Did he set it up so we wouldn't be able to watch it until after the class trial? Why would he do that? Maybe Nagito planned to leave this as a will. Nagito's will. Where is it right now? We were just planning to meet at the restaurant and watch it together. Got it, the restaurant. Oh man, what is happening? Were we just plugged into the Matrix the whole time? That would explain how we got magicked away to the island in the first place.
Yo!
Hey, you're late. Is it true? Nagito really left another message? Kneel before Miss Sonia and thank her. She was the one who found it. I was going for a walk with Gundam's hamster, and I found it when I stopped by the factory.
Listen well.
Oh, he's back. A coincidence, you say? Wrong. This is the will of causality guiding you. Why would Miss Sonia be going for a walk with Gundam? I never allowed that.
Damn right.
So anyway, let's hurry up and play it. Yeah, you're right. Casualty? Is that what they said? Casualty? Is it the traitor from the Future Foundation? If so, congratulations. Looks like it ended the way I hoped it would. Ended the way he hoped it would.
Damn it.
Nagito was trying to kill everyone except the traitor. Damn it. It was just as Monokuma said. So he really set up the traitor as the killer and even tried to make them survive the trial? But why would he do that? Enough with your useless talk. It appears there's still more. Said Byakuya? But if everyone but the traitor is watching this video, then I guess I lost. That outcome is the complete opposite of the hope I believe in. Well, not that it matters for me anymore. I mean, no matter what the outcome is, it doesn't matter for a dropout like me.
Now then.
Let's put this meaningless introduction aside and get down to business. Since I don't know who I'm talking to, I'm gonna speak so that both sides will understand. First of all, you might be wondering why I did what I did. Well, I just took action after talking about it for so long. The special prize in the final dead room allowed me to learn a certain truth. It would be troublesome if everyone found out, so I already disposed of that page. But anyway, I was totally surprised. I mean... the Future Foundation's traitor must have known that truth all along. And so I was able to learn the truth about this world, and resolved to take action immediately. I shouldn't have made fun of Hajime. Deep down, I always wanted to become a protagonist myself. Hack the web for details. Oh, check the web. But now that I know that truth, as I look back on Monokuma's actions, I'm starting to see what he's planning. By giving us information about the island's mystery and the Future Foundation, he's raising all your hopes, but only so he can lead you to unimaginable despair. Plus, Monokuma's trying to show that despair to someone. Perhaps that someone is seriously pissing me off. Happy. Jeez, what a hopeless truth. Who is Monokuma's true identity? How could they come up with a plan like that?
Now then.
That's enough reflecting on the past. Let's talk about the future now. If you want to escape Monokuma's plan, there's a specific place you need to go. The key to enter that place is that message you found at Nezumi Castle.
Well,
Normally you need to follow a bunch of steps to enter that place, but since that message gets rid of those steps, you can think of it as an Easter egg or something. It was probably left by someone other than Monokuma or Monomu. That has nothing to do with me. You guys still think you're not gonna or something? Stop it, don't stop! I had to hide this until my plan came to an end, but I guess now's a nice time to announce it, right? I'll announce the password. Perfect! I actually thought at some point when I was looking at the thing, it looked a little bit like 11037 and I didn't say it, and I wish I did. That's so funny. That's the password that was written in Nezumi Castle. You have to use that to enter that specific place. That's the only way you can escape Monokuma. I feel like I've been talking forever, but that's all for me. With this, my duty is finished. Believe my actions will become the foundation of this world's hope. And if that really happens, praise me. Tell others what I've accomplished. Erect a bronze statue of me. Respect me.
please call me the ultimate hope.
This was Nagito's final message. That 11037 number that Nagito said was the password. There's no mistaking it! That's the password to enter that ancient ruin!
Hey,
You better hurry, I think. Let's go before the countdown reaches 0. You're right, let's go.
Easy as pie.
Mihiro, don't look to your right, by the way. Now then, let us make haste to the ancient ruin. As long as we work together, we will not lose to Monokuma or anyone else. We're not alone, we're always together, you know? Oh shit. What else can I check in here? Is it all gonna be crazy? Oh, this is just to... Whoa, this is to leave. I'm leaving. Now's not the time to relax. I need to hurry to the ancient ruin on the second island. Oh my god. Is this even the second island? Where am I? Okay, it's right here, I guess. Dude, the text at the bottom isn't even there. Oh, there's messages if you check out the cottages. I have to load a save and do the whole trial again, I think. Dang. Maybe I'll do that. Somehow it is quite nerve-wracking.
Yeah.
Is it really safe to go inside? What's gonna be in there?
You are a boy, right?
It's so unreliable to be freaked out like that. There's also that countdown. There's no time to stand around.
I'm gonna do it!
Oh my god, this is so crazy. I gotta go pee. I can't... It's okay, this is really exciting, but also it's gonna take a while, I think. I don't like, so I'll be right, just literally like a minute. Hold on. Okay, I'm back. $69K points, nice. Starting to feel nauseous from the thrills, the chills, the kills. If you're gonna let it out, why not do it in the Tupperware I keep with me?
Dumbass!
So creepy. Why did they bring him back to be so fucking creepy? Now's not the time to fuck around. It's gonna be alright. You don't have to worry. I will protect my young master. Now then, let's go forward together. The hell? Don't treat me like a kid.
This is your leader's order.
Believe the hope lies beyond this point. That is your leader's order. She's just oinking like a pig. What is she doing?
What?
What was that? I told her you can only understand piggy talk. I said you're so cool in piggy talk.
In the name of my
I'm
family.
going to kill you.
Hajime.
The password, please. Yeah, I know.
It's gonna be fine.
The only thing beyond this point is a shining future. I don't enter myself? Alright, fine. Beyond this door, the future is waiting. A sparkling future. Now then, let's move forward. And then we go to the ending of Fez. Is this just all of us locked up in our little pod
Is
machines?
this a trial ground? But why am I at a trial ground?
It sure looks like a trial ground, but the vibe is way different than the one from before.
By the way...
Yeah, to have the ultimate imposter and then just be like, oh yeah, that wasn't really Byakuya, that was the imposter. He was really good, wasn't he? When he died like 30 hours ago?
Huh?
That was a little bit weird.
Where did everyone go?
Everyone?
What? Something's wrong. What did I do? No, that's not it. I'm not the weird one. What's really weird is... this world? Stage clear. Chapter 5 end. You got a thing! The gamer's backpack. Oh, I do have a save mid-trial, so I don't have to replay too much to go back to that point. Chapter 0, heading to the school trip. We're on a boat? It would be wrong to say it was swaying from side to side. It was actually shaking rather intensely. The room I was in, it was shaking from side to side. The shaking was quite irregular. Just when you thought it was a series of small shakes, it would suddenly shake violently. And every time that happened, I'd have to steady myself with my foot. I couldn't stand up very well, but for me it was comforting. I never thought not knowing what to expect could be so fun, so I was feeling rather excited. But I figured I'd get bored of that feeling soon enough. That's what I was expecting. For me, a person who is loved by talent, detecting regularities among irregularities won't be that difficult. How boring. Yeah. I'm so glad we brought this character back. Do you like ships? On the other side of the dark room I heard a voice. It was clearly directed at me. You look like you were having fun, so that's what I assumed. You do like ships, right? Ships? Oh, that's right, that's it. So this is a ship. You just realized that now? Is it really that funny? If you want, care to talk a little? The silence was starting to bore me. Instantly, I saw his true character. That over-familiar attitude, the friendly smile. But under that thin skin, I could detect a foul, offensive odor like some kind of putrid slime. In a sensible way, of course. How should I put this? It was a smell exclusive to those who were already finished. Nice to meet you. I'm Nagito Komaeda. Anyway, lucky me. It's been a while since anyone was willing to talk to me, so to share a room with a person like that... Yep, I'm definitely lucky. Lucky. Ah, so that's your talent then. What a boring talent. A boring talent, huh? Well, that's exactly what it is. But for someone I'm meeting for the first time to say that so suddenly, that's because I have luck as well. Even I possess a talent as boring as luck. Huh. I can only think of one other lucky student. Possess, huh? I'm starting to get really interested. Who are you? You're obviously from Hope's Peak Academy too, right? So you're one of us? But that's weird. This is the first time I've ever seen you. Can you tell me why you're here? How did you end up here? How boring. Sorry, I'm often told I'm terrible at making conversation. Not you. This world. This world is full of boring people. People who lack talent stick together and oppress those who do possess talent. Even though they know they're insignificant, they don't try to acknowledge their true superiors. They're profoundly desperate to drag them down to their level. Because of these bastards, this world has come to a deadlock. This world has stopped evolving. How boring. Well, the world is shaped by the will of the majority. It makes sense that it bends to those who lack talent. That's why we're in our present situation. Perhaps, does that have anything to do with the reason you're here? Boring people make no contributions to the world, not even a speck of dust. That's why my teachers taught me that a certain degree of selection must be performed. Looks like they had high expectations for you, huh? That's completely different from me. But what are you planning to do? Now that you've ended up like this, there's nothing you can do, right? Listen well. Using people is a talent too. It's now my turn to use that person, just as they used me in the past. What is going on? That person? Are you talking about ultimate despair? But how? I mean, they're already... I have it with me. The contribution that person left to me, even now it rests in my pocket. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm definitely lucky. I can't believe I'm speaking with someone as amazing as you. Then will I be able to see her again? Will I be able to see the person I hate with every fiber of my being again? And this time, will I be able to kill her this time? The person I hate so much? I feel like he's talking about Junko. Explain your hand. Oh my god, his nails! The end of the bandage is a woman's hand, right? Isn't it amazing? I can't move it, of course. I mean, it's not my hand after all. Even now, it still hasn't rotted. Maybe that means it's becoming one with me. Isn't it amazing? I've successfully become one with the ultimate despair, my sworn enemy. I see, so you salvaged the body. You really are a boring person. I don't want you to misunderstand. I just see her as my enemy, you know. Because she's my sworn enemy, because I hate her so much. That's why I took her power. And for that, Wait, huh? Do I hate her? That's strange. Huh? Look out the window, we're finally here. What the fuck is going on? You're starting to see it too, right? That's Jabberwock Island, isn't it? Isn't it exciting? I wonder what's gonna happen on that island once we get there. What's gonna happen? I can already predict what will happen. I already know because I am loved by talent. But no matter what happens, it's of no concern to me. I will not be able to participate in what lies ahead. Really? I don't really understand, but I guess we have to part ways for a while. That's disappointing. We seem to get along pretty well. Hey, can I see you again? There's no reason we'll ever meet again. And after all, you are boring. Your talent, your thoughts, your entire existence is boring to me. You really don't play along, do you? Okay. What is this? This is the space door I went through when I wound up in the classroom at the very start of the game. There's a door. A door? Why is a door here? Where am I? How did I get here? Where am I supposed to go? Time unknown indeed. Isn't this a classroom? But even so, it's a very strange classroom. Why am I in a place like this? A violin. I went inside the ancient ruin with everyone else. And I arrived at a place that looked like a trial ground. But then, why? It's not connecting. I don't know why I'm here. It's like there's no connection between how I left the trial ground and how I ended up here. It's just like before, when we were all gathered in that classroom just before we arrived at Jabberwock Island. But where is this place? Is it somewhere on Jabberwock Island? A familiar tone.
Testing. Mic check 1, 2.
He's got the monitors behind him,
School broadcast system.
like from the first game.
Am I on? Can everyone hear me? Okay, well then. Welcome to Hope Speak Academy, you guys. At this point, I shall explain the graduation exam to you all.
Oh, before we can graduate, we have to pass the exam, huh?
So please assemble at the gymnasium immediately.
I was kind of hoping this would end at some version of Hope's Peak Academy. Did he say what I think he just said? He definitely said it. Welcome to Hope's Peak Academy. But why would this place be Hope's Peak Academy? And not just that. What is the graduation exam? Isn't the killing over already? These metal plates. In a normal classroom, there'd be a window, but instead, there's this iron plate bolted here. When I tried knocking on it with my fist, looks like it's a pretty thick iron plate. Is this to keep us trapped? This place where iron plates are covering the windows inside the classrooms, is this really Hope's Peak Academy? What? How did I do that? Door. It said door, even on the bottom, like it... the door is right here. And then this is the camera. Weird. This is a surveillance camera. Why would there be a surveillance camera inside the school? Same purpose as the ones on Jabberwock Island? Who's watching us? Who's controlling Monokuma? The clock doesn't have any hands. A clock without hands is meaningless. Why would something like this be in a classroom? Monitors serve the same purpose as on the island? Is this place really Hope's Peak Academy? Here we go. Old building, first floor. It's the same building! Even the hallway doesn't feel like a school at all. What a creepy place. At least it doesn't look like a normal school at all. It's definitely a lie. There's no way this place is Hope's Peak Academy. Is this creepy place the Hope's Peak Academy that I've admired for so long? It's probably a building that Monokuma made to startle us, just like the funhouse. That's right, that's definitely it. It said to come to the gymnasium, right? Then I'll go and definitely clear things up. Well, thankfully I know where it is. The machine! Oh. And then... that's closed too, huh? Nurse's office, bathrooms, gymnasium. Gymnasium's here, right? Alright, I'm going inside. Something might be waiting, but I'm not gonna cower away anymore. And so I braced myself and cautiously opened the door. Chapter 6. This is the end. Goodbye, Academy of Despair. I wasn't prepared for what was waiting for me on the other side of that door. It was a normal gymnasium.
Damn right.
Yo, Hajime.
Yo!
You heard the announcement and came here too? You guys did too, right?
What's going on?
What do you make of all this? Monokuma said the place was Hope's Peak Academy or something.
That is...
That cannot be possible.
Well,
You're
yeah.
right. Any way you look at it, it's impossible. How does it feel to return to long-awaited Hope's Peak Academy?
Right, you.
Where are we? Where'd you lock us up this time? I just told you guys this is Hope's Peak Academy.
Of course not!
There's no way in hell that's true.
No.
Oh, but it is. I mean, this is definitely Hope's Peak Academy. Well, what's left of it anyway. What's left of it? Didn't I tell you before? Unfortunately, Hope's Peak Academy fell to ruin. You were serious about that? But of course it fell to ruin. I mean, they were doing things that they deserved to be ruined for. What do you mean?
I don't like this.
Anyway, I'm pretty disappointed. I went all this trouble to bring you to Hope's Peak Academy, but you don't feel surprised or nostalgic.
Fine.
Well, it's not like I did this for you guys. Even if you don't feel nostalgic, I'm sure someone does right now. Ooh. So here's the thing. Is this a cute joke of like, oh, the player, oh yeah. Or am I a character in the story? Someone.
Don't fuck with me!
Enough with this bullshit. Just spit it out already. Where'd you take us? Where'd you take us, you bastard? Though I am not certain of my memories, I believe we entered the ancient ruin.
In other words,
Yeah, I'm trying to wait for something to die down and then end the stream. I'm not gonna do the entire 6th chapter. I've been going for 5.5 hours. I know there's a lot of new faces who stopped by though, so I didn't want to leave things on a cliffhanger, you know? I made this Hope's Peak Academy between the door to the ruin and the inside of the ruin. What? You made it. What do you mean between?
Hey!
What do you mean made? Your mind's getting the grumblies that only knowledge can satisfy? Good, very good. It's time to hurry along to the graduation exam, but it's my nature to provide a little entertainment. You're planning to make us do something, aren't you?
no way.
It's nothing to be so cautious about. It's not like you'll be making life exchanges or anything like that. It's just a simple graduation exam. What is this graduation exam? Well, as the headmaster, I'm conflicted, you know. On one hand, I'm really happy that you're finally going to graduate. But on the other hand, I'm worried about whether you guys will be okay in the outside world. That's why I'm thinking about telling you what the outside world is like before you make a decision. After this is a good stopping time? Okay. Whether you want to leave Jabberwock Island or stay here. Yeah, we never left. We're obviously gonna get out. There's no way we'd stay here. This is annoying. Just hurry up and let us choose. Let us choose right now.
No.
You can't do that. The main cast hasn't arrived yet. Oh my god. Main cast?
Hey,
Extras until the guest of honor arrives. So enough complaining already. Hurry up and start researching the outside world. What do you mean? I've dispersed all the teaching materials you need for your research throughout Hope's Peak Academy. Well, I don't think this needs to be said, but all the information is accurate and contains no lies whatsoever. Otherwise, the main cast is gonna hate me. So please rest assured and strive to do your best during your field trip. And as usual, after leaving us with his cryptic words, Monokuma disappeared. Even if the setting had changed, even if the killing was finished, he was still the same as usual. What is going on? Outside world? Main cast? Somehow I have a bad feeling about this.
Hey!
Like he kept insisting that this place is Hope's Peak Academy, but that's impossible, right?
What are you saying?
How'd we make it back to Hope's Peak Academy from a tropical island in the first place? It's impossible.
It cannot be.
There's no place for Hope's Peak Academy to exist on Jabberwock Island. I said I wanted to go back, but I don't want to go back to a creepy place like this. What does this mean? So many things I don't understand have happened on this island. This building is really Hope's Peak Academy? I mean, it looks exactly like it on the outside. This is the Hope's Peak Academy I've been admiring for so long? What in the world is going on? Damn it, why is this happening? I was finally able to attend Hope's Peak Academy. I finally thought I'd become confident in myself. Even so, I wanted to become Hope. If that's what you're thinking, just stop it. Listen carefully. The only humans worthy of becoming Hope possess amazing talents and a strong will. And the moment you're born into this world, you either have that or you don't. It has nothing to do with effort. You must be chosen by Hope to become Hope. That's why it's not even worth admiring. Or were you so blinded by your admiration for Hope's Peak Academy that you couldn't even see that? You're just somebody from the reserve course who never had a talent to begin with. And nobody who forgot he was a nobody. That's all. If I really am a nobody, then you should have just left me alone. Why do I have to go through something like this? Hajime, did something happen? Huh?
Hey, bastard!
Now's not the time to zone out. Sorry, it's nothing. I don't really get it, but is that all?
I'm gonna do it!
As long as I don't beat the crap out of Monokuma, nothing's gonna be solved. Is that what it means?
Hey,
Just what the heck is Monokuma anyway? He's not part of the Future Foundation, right? If you say that, then what is the Future Foundation?
Jeez.
Even though Chiaki and Monami are gone, our situation hasn't changed one bit. Which means, the Future Foundation wasn't our enemy. That's the only thing I can think of.
you serious?
So they're not World Ender? Then we really were tricked by Monokuma.
However...
The Future Foundation is responsible for trapping us on this island, right? Regarding that matter, I believe Monami never once denied that.
Damn it.
Even if they're our allies, they might not just be allies. Maybe Monokuma's telling us to investigate that information on our own. Chiaki said she could not betray the Future Foundation. But if she were still alive, she still definitely would have helped us. No, even her just being with us would have been a big help. So what should we do?
Damn it.
Well, that's obvious. If we're gonna get out of here safely, we have to do the graduation exam, right?
So annoying.
Graduation exam, huh? I'm not really good at taking exams. Well, I guess it's better than people dying.
Jeez.
I mean, who's to say that's not what the exam is? Monokuma said something about a field trip, right? Is he telling us to investigate like we have been?
Right!
I'm gonna do it!
Prepare yourself.
Like...
Yeah, we might be able to learn about something. About Hope's Peak Academy, about ourselves. I don't care if we don't know anymore. We can just go back to our normal lives, I'm fine. Hey, we can go home when this is over, right? We can finally get off this damn island, right? If that's the case, let's all leave this island alive by any means.
Of course!
Hell yes. He's right. Now's not the time to bemoan how unlucky I am. Where this place really is, what's happened to Hope's Peak Academy, none of that matters. What's important is, I need to leave this island with the others. We sacrificed so many lives in order to survive just so we could do that. There's no way we can stop now. But Monokuma should already know that that's what we're thinking. So why did he say that? We have to decide on our own whether or not we want to leave Jabberwock Island. He should already know that we'd never choose to stay on the island.
Hey, hey!
So what are we gonna do? Can we start already? But what are we even looking for? Do we just have to investigate this weird-ass building?
Even so...
I assume I'm gonna get the ability to walk around again. Even so, I don't think we'll find the answers to all our questions inside this damn building. Well, I'll just go on ahead for now.
Whoa!
You're already going?
Jeez.
What is that idiot thinking, running ahead without being cautious?
Man.
She seriously isn't thinking about anything.
However...
It will be fine. There will no longer be any situations where we must exchange each other's lives. So we should do our best as well. Like they say, it is not scary if everyone stops at a green light. If we stopped at the green light, we'd never reach our goal.
Jeez, you're pathetic.
Kanai already took off on her own. Might be faster if we split up and look around too. Like Sonia said, if there's no more killing, we don't have to worry about anyone betraying us anymore. Now let's get this over with and go home.
Later.
I'll go on ahead. I'll see you guys later. With those brief words, Fuyuhiko left the gymnasium.
Excuse me?
I shall do my best to obtain a wonderful clue that will be useful to everyone. Now then, please excuse me. Sonia took a deep bow, then left the gymnasium.
Oh my.
Miss Sonia.
Sonia!
Miss Sonia, please don't leave me. I'll be in danger if I'm left alone. Kazuichi chased after Sonia, who had just departed, and left the gymnasium. I should hurry and start too. Just a bit more, and it's going to end. I can escape this nightmare and return to my usual, peaceful, everyday life. The only thing we can do is advance toward that hope. Even though I don't understand, and that a lot of horrifying things keep happening, for the sake of everyone who couldn't make it this far, I'm definitely gonna go home. And it is at this moment where I have to end the stream. We might be looking at a finale situation next time. I want to thank everyone so much for watching. There was a lot of new faces, and a lot of people behaved. I think someone might have said something accidentally. I'm gonna try not to read into it too much and try to forget what they said. But I really appreciate that. So thank you everyone for watching. I'm gonna be playing this again on Wednesday. I'm gonna start at around 2 p.m. Eastern time. And maybe that's gonna be the finale. You can also find me tomorrow, I think, on this channel. Jorf, a good friend of mine, we do stuff together over on his channel. And we're playing Shining Force CD, an old Genesis Tactics game, which is very different than this game, I know, but if that sounds interesting, you can find me over there. That's going to be at around this time, actually, 8 p.m. Eastern time tomorrow. And that's it. That's me. You can follow the channel to get the alerts or whatever. If they do go out, they tend to be a little bit spotty. And I don't have any alerts or anything, so you don't got to worry about your name popping up or whatever if you want to do it. Is island mode like the mode where you go back and you get to spend time with all the characters again? That's kind of interesting. I don't like the characters in the first game as much as this game. So I am a little bit more interested in island mode than school mode, I guess. But no promises that I'm gonna do that afterwards. But I think I'm gonna try to beat the whole dang game. So if you want to see that, come back next time, and then maybe I'll see you then. Take care, everyone.